as we hit the start streaming button once more. And double checking that everything's working. Seems to be. Anyway, I kept the title the same because yeah, I am gonna do some work on the build collection, and Spune is quite nice and bright and early and takes first. Hey there, man. As yeah, let's jump in. Let's make sure that this one works as well. It does. Because yeah, I have a few reworks at the ready to add to the collection. Or well, changes to the collection. I actually did get that, as if we go back here, one of the reworks I had planned for the longest of time. I kept forgetting, and then I used the chest that I got for it in that Striker Turret Drone Hybrid, which is just a Negotiator one. The Negotiator Turret Drone Hybrid. And its rework is going to be that I finally got this sacrifice, crit chance, crit damage, so not a hard farm, but then yeah, to recore. Letting me have a coyote in it or a memento, because yeah, it's saved. Actually, it's really high. I don't know why I scrolled all the way down there. It's saved like this, which to the initiated of you will seem like one negotiator too many. But I've set it up with this mask being double crit chance, this backpack being crit damage, crit chance. So either Coyote goes in and it lands on like 61. Oh, well, with the Coyote buff. Actually. So lands like this. Oh, no, 50. Oh, no, 50. Yeah, 53. So 63 with the Coyote mid range, which it's expected to basically keep up. Or this Negotiator mask stays and a crit chance memento goes in, and then it lands on 59. Because yeah, I always wanted to actually have it this way as well. Because yeah, the memento kind of makes sense in this one as well. But I kind of like it with the Negotiator backpack because I like that extra spread a little bit. It works well with this build, I feel. But yeah, the build picture is going to get changed to being with this Coyote. And then I'm also going to show the other option. And of course, that changes all of the numbers and stuff, the damage numbers and the turret numbers and stuff. So we'll have to get fresh ones of those. Let me briefly pull this up and make sure that I fixed that part. I did. Yay. I totally forgot. And hey there, Zimmy. As yeah, you've got me starting up bright and early and messing about with the build collection, fixing some stuff up. Well, actually, what I need to do first is actually just have the build picture and stuff changed. This build is pretty old. It was from back when I was 11K, 11.5K, 16.5K now. Looking through what will be changed. Yeah, that goes. I'm not keeping the old one because the old one is basically just a worse variant of this one. It is much better in the way that it is now. That stays. These numbers change, these numbers stay the same, these change, these change, these change, and these change. Let's start bringing some pictures in. And also basically the old version is incorporated in this with just a chess commands. Like that's what the old version was. Yeah, let's just get this done. Because yeah, I want to see about adding in as well the tree Short-term hybrids. That the special ones, let's say. And filling up those blank slots, basically. Because I'll put in the True Patriot one for now, in that one slot as well, where I basically decided not to keep that one. But I'll add it in just to have the build picture. So later on, it will become an X build. I'm blanking on what I need to do, which is to go over here and grab these. It's almost as if each time I come into the build collection, I completely forget how it works, which is kind of true as well. Because although at this point, it's so easily set up that I can kind of remember just by looking at it for 2 seconds of like, oh yeah, how did I do this? And then it falls into place usually. Let me get these stats as well while I'm here. And I'll do it just like that without the PvP damage, because nobody cares about the PvP damage of a third drone build. Leaving me a little bit of space to jam that memento version underneath it. As I said, these will go up as well a little bit, and this one as well. Oh, this is all. Well, actually, I'm going to change that. I don't do it like that anymore. So, something broke there. There's a third-drone hybrid, and that means that it should have 5570. Oh, wait, one dot. Also mapping it out in my head now, I'm like, would a Cheska chest be better or worse? I feel I likely have calculated that out. Because in this case, it would let me flip off. Well, yeah, actually, no, it wouldn't fit in here. Well, it would fit in well with the Memento version. But also, yeah, no, it wouldn't, because mostly because this class is also going towards my skills as well. So 5% more on my skills as well is also like the issue there. I'll bring up chat briefly. Yeah, so let's get these stats in here. Although I need to be back into the void once more. Sure. I want to be there. I want to be here. Although as well. So I went in to get that mask with crit chance because I needed it. And that took me quite a while as well. We're just trying to get a negotiator mask with crit chance. It's super annoying that they aren't craftable, but yeah, I have all of the resources, of course, except for the dark hours ones, which they require. I've at some point in the past spent all those, likely making negotiator or like foundry with the iron horse ones or something. Likely, especially back when like the FI chest and backpack did not drop in the open world, I likely made some FI chest and backpack there with those resources. And I'll give this a refresh, so everything I paste will go back into the middle. And yeah, this is one of those expensive builds with a lot of optimization. Although it's one stat optimized, like that's still better than some of the high-end drone hybrids in cost, at least. Let's grab skill tiers. And even more skill tiers. Yeah, kind of later today, I kind of want to mess around with this one in its memento variant. I've back when I put the build together, I did like basically try both versions, the with and without the negotiator backpack basically, and then memento otherwise. And I liked this version better. And that's because, well, the memento does provide quite a big buff as well to the weapon. Well, it's less of a buff to the weapon, basically, and then you gain a little bit more towards the turret and the drone. Is basically what is happening. So it's a choice between those two things. And yeah, I always lean towards keeping my weapon damage up. But I kind of understand the other side of things as well. Mostly just depends on like how you're using it, what you're using it for. Trying to link that up. There we go. That's all the stats. Let's give it some of its numbers. It's got a coyote now, so I need to get a coyote icon. Actually, I should put this in mid-range because that's the stats I'll care about the most anyway. I always forget capacitor has more damage to armor, so I'll just use damage numbers of armor. This to 15. It took 2 shots for Coyote to wake up there, as I'll grab that icon. It has a Coyote now. Luckily, it doesn't have any other stacking buffs. And I won't be having the negotiator stacking buff happening here anyway as well. Just double checking I didn't miss anything. Yeah, I just need damage numbers, which actually let me do it the other way around. And yeah, aiming up there because yeah, now the target is a bit further away. And to get a clear black background when I snip it, I just let me crop that a little bit better than I did with the snipping tool. Yeah. Okay. Headshots. It's so nice when the build doesn't actually. Yeah, that wasn't clean at all. It's still armor there, so yeah, it's good. So actually, let's crop the bottom as well, because that's good. That's just gonna annoy me. That's like a few orange pixels underneath it as well. Which same here. I have the tools. Let's use them. So easy when there's nothing to stack or keep track of or like time things. It's just glass. It's always on. It's always there. It's always happy. Yep. Third time. Also, this. I should pull this close. Doesn't need to be in there. Nothing is going towards those turrets and stuff, so that's the turrets. Drone. Oh, actually, yeah, no. I made a mistake there, of course, because there is a stacking buff going towards the turret and the drone, and it's in my hands. Quite literally. But I want both numbers anyway, so that's good. But yeah, I'll stack up the capacitor. First, take a picture of. Oh, I want it the other way. Also, then needed to be actually fully stacked. This is without the capacitor full, and then capacitor full. And the capacitor adds in quite a bit. Which is nice. Actually, I should put it like this. Oh, like that's the crop of it. That was weird. Make that larger. Make that larger. Okay. Third stop firing. On empty capacitor. And a clean one there. Okay. Now with full capacitor. I need actually the readout to happen. Can force by actually, or there it went actually. With it, those numbers disappear when you have too many. I'm gonna deconstruct the drone just so it stops making sounds. I'll paste this and resize this. Yeah. Oh, that's maybe a little bit too big. There we go. And there we go. That just leaves barely enough space underneath it to show the other pieces. Which is an this negotiator mask, this memento backpack. Shall do it like this. Let's see if this kind of works visually. Because I'll put these two. Yeah, that'll work actually. Because they want to show their stats as well, because it needs to be crit chance mask. Or well, you need basically like more crit chances. Yeah, Memento's eating up a roll. Scroll that down a bit so it's a little bit cleaner. There we go. These will become way too tiny, I feel, if I did this now. Yeah, let's compress as much as we can. These up as well. Just need a little bit more space. This up. covering up the memento here with those stats, but I'm fine with that because it's obviously a memento. Like that's the. You know what? I'll just do that. The only thing that matters here is that there's a crit chance mod in there. Although actually then, well, that's just an attribute, but that, yeah, that is a mod. People should know that. Yeah, this looks fine, and with numbers, let me bring up this back once more. Take us over into this, as I'll briefly check that. What that message was in Discord, but doesn't look important, so I'll get to it after this stream. So that's this build basically done. I'll actually go into the big list and 1.07 and this and this and this. I'll get done. You know, that's tiny on stream, but yeah, that's the changelog list basically. So on her, I only really have left that's closer. I need that closer for the other two reworks on her. And yeah. Actually, there's one missing here. I'll add that in right away. I'll move this down a bit. Override it, but yeah, because yeah, there's this 2.06, which is the half healer, where I want to rework it to be with a setup. That's missing on this end. Setup. And yeah, that one's not strike through yet because it isn't done yet. Because yeah, that's a few pieces here, but yeah, that needs a setup yellow cord with skill damage and repair skill, which I've used one. I had one, that's why I had it. But I used that one, of course, already in the FI one, so that got used up. So I need another. Yeah, I should take. Let me actually as well. Let's technically make this all correct. There's also 3. Actually, that's no longer 3.04, of course. That one got moved to be 2.04. So technically, this guy has two of them, 2.04. Rework to setup, which is the FI build. Well, actually, what I'll do is actually swap those two around. It annoys me that it's in the wrong order there, of course. And yeah, let's do that. So this moves down to here. This moves back up here. And then we grab an empty one and put it there. Just so they're in order. Because yeah, that's one of the builds I moved yesterday, 2.04, which is the FI normal healer one. And here as well, actually, Control V. Okay. Yeah, nice. So that's one of the reworks done. I'm gonna park this character. Take this over here. So that one's added in 1.07, updated to modern standards. That's good that I finally got that one done. What I absolutely want to add in is some of those tech tanks, but I'll just do them crudely. I won't add any damage numbers or anything right now. Just put in the basics of it and then come back later for some work on them if they actually like survive for a little bit. So I'll just go enter the void and I should briefly as well double check that. A lot of messages, but none of them seem important. It's in the group chat, so It's not all aimed at me. At least doesn't seem to be. So yeah, this is 3.12. This is this. And yeah, these without any when they don't have any damage numbers and stuff, they go pretty fast. So this won't take long, hopefully. But yeah, I want these to be filled in just so that the build collection is like actually fully filled in, because otherwise there's a few gaping holes. Actually, there as well, I just actually saw that there is, of course, on character 2 one as well, which could have started with, but forgot he had one actually. So. Oh, so I get delta'd out. Let me make sure that that is just the game and not actually my connection. It's, oh. Why was it hovering over character 1? It was in character 3 the last time. Oh, need to click over.
Automated external defibrillators detected.
Log out right away. Look at it. To go to character 3. Yeah, as well. Add in all of that stuff. Add in the 3 tech tanks. Then still on character 4, there is going to be 1 hole, and then I'm gonna first off go after some attempts at that future initiative glove still first, and then I'll go after maybe filling up that build. Although for today as well, I wanna do a descent at some point, because I need one more of those projects done, basically. So I'll start the pasting. No idea why I'm keeping a 5.9 crit chance mod there when I'm pretty certain I have several 6s available. But also it's fine. And this build, even if it survives, will likely get a pass over. As I catch a big sneeze, let me make sure I muted and unmuted, and not just only muted after the sneeze. Could be not a smart thing. Wait, doesn't she? 11.8 bothers me. Because I have 11.9s in my stash. Let's go get those. I haven't put up the stats yet anyway and stuff, so let's use one of those 11.9s for this. And yeah, for those wondering why I'm not just putting 12s into everything, because yeah, I've obviously have more than enough 12s across my characters at this point. The reason for that is I keep gear bound to the mods and not the characters having each of their own mods. That makes it a little bit easier to move pieces around, especially like, for instance, I sometimes like grab a different, like my mementos are, for instance, always with their mods in them, so I can just put them in a red build even if I want to and stuff. It's not recommended to do that way. Because also the reason kind of why I do it is it's my infinite grind. I will likely always need to still, although on all of my builds now, even doing it that way and having, you know, way too many builds, I'm already reaching the point where everything is a 11.8 or higher at this point. And there's likely like I need like 20 more or so, 12 crits to basically finish it all off. Because yeah, all of the other ones, because yeah, the crits of course gets used the most as well. Yeah, 20 or so may sound a lot, but I've likely at this point have 100 already, probably. Although, of course, as well, I have gone and farmed those quite often, more often than I feel most people do. Most of them also haven't gotten from the time that I was really farming PFE, doing it on Legendary. And yeah, we got a lot of max out mods back then. And yeah, a decent amount of PFEs, because I do have 8 of them on this account by last count. Meaning that one of my PFE builds is a very very good looking and maxed out. That was most of the I wanted really one of the PFEs to be maxed out. Since then, I've made several more PFEs, so I have a bunch of them now. So, but yeah, getting them all maxed out is like the long-term project, because yeah, that'll take. That'll likely, by the time I'm done, like Division 4 will be out. Not even 3. We're skipping one and it's going straight to 4. A little bit smaller. There we go. Also, now notice that I need to give it a name, which is OD Bruiser. You should just start calling these tech tanks, just flat out. People know what they are, because I keep calling them like that, like Bruiser, and then in tech tank, tech tank, Bruiser, and then in brackets tech tank. And that's mostly because, yeah, people have a, like, when they hear the word tank, they have a very visceral reaction to that, which I'm trying to avoid by saying that they're also bruisers, which is like something that most people kind of know as well from other games. Just stuff that is a little bit hardy and can fight and stuff, but or can take some hits, but isn't a full tank. Because yeah, while I like the term tech tank, it always still has that like connotation from people. But yeah, the alliteration of it and stuff is way too good. Like, it just rolls off the tongue very well. And also, it's like it explains it kind of. Once you see the build, you go like, oh, it's a technician artificer tank. Okay. At least I'm hoping that most people get that. It's a tank based around the technician. Do I want anything else here? Not really, because I don't even. I'm not even going to put that like shield block that I always do with the tech tanks and stuff, because. So yeah, this one's done. I basically just want the picture and the stats, just so I can talk about it once we do the ongoing, or well, the weird tech tanks. One day in the future. Yeah, let's go back one and do 2.13, which is another tech tank. Same thing, we'll just bang it out. I don't want to spend more than 1 hour today in here. Usually I don't want to spend more than 1 hour.
Automated external defibrillators detected on hostile.
But yeah, I quite usually enjoy doing it on stream. Just as well, sometimes people pipe in with some questions and stuff, or recommendations or changes. This one's with the Elmo. This one's very much with the Elmo. It's saved with that Carbine 7 just to give that Carbine 7 somewhere to live. But it's set up to be with the Elmo, with its crit chance, crit damages. Let me make sure I'm actually showing as well. There we go. And yeah, let's just start pulling stuff from here and pasting it over there.
If you notice suspicious activity, report it to the nearest JTF member immediately. Do not intervene or risk causing potential harm to yourself.
That didn't work. As even I recognize now that on that ongoing one, I didn't even paste a memento. Usually in that brand list, I like instead of leaving it as a no brand, I'll usually paste a memento. But also, yeah, like these builds are, they'll get a pass in the future where I put in damage numbers and do clean up stuff like that. But they might still change in other ways. Like these are, these ones are very much not set in stone yet. Hell, for instance, even with this one, I'm pretty certain I won't keep this one beyond the weird Tech Tank showcase. Is it the ongoing one? I kind of like actually. The ongoing one is actually in groups. It kind of makes sense. Solo, it makes no sense, but that's fine because the character it's on has a striker tech tank for solo. But in like open world groups and in Summit, actually that ongoing kind of does work well. Just thinking there for a second. Do I want to go grab my grade 20 Elmo? Their snipping tool broke a little bit. I want to go grab my grade 20 Elmo, but I don't care. Because then I would also need to redo that weapon damage one. Yeah. Let's not. Let's just leave it. Let's just be lazy. Stats of everything still. Yeah, that's the only thing it needs. Gonna refresh it once so everything I paste is gonna go in the middle. Another 5.9 mod, which I'll keep. It's fine. What is that? This one will likely, this build picture will exist on the on the collection for a little while, and then eventually it'll likely get moved to X build. This one is doesn't work. Like it is True Patriot without the backpack, which already is kind of like True Patriot with the backpack. Kind of still makes sense because then it's at least 12%, even if it is like giving up that backpack slot for it. But because, yeah, then other things can do opportunistic and stuff is usually the thinking with that. But it just, yeah. And then where Red Patriot kind of still has a place, for instance, in Countdown and stuff. This one really, like, doesn't.
Training is now available at the shooting range. To book a time slot, report to the range. Those with previous law enforcement or military experience will be prioritized.
But it is one that I did want to try out, so I have now. I know now that it's. I haven't even optimized out the armor cores, which is fine. I'll stay. I'll actually keep it like that because, yeah, they're close enough. Like another 3K armor isn't gonna make the difference. Another 12K armor isn't gonna make a difference. Mostly they're there anyway to be skill. Well, just tiers on the shield, basically. That's really what they're for. But yeah, this was one of those builds more like, indeed, like just, I wanted to try it out. But sometimes, yeah, sometimes some surprise you. Like the ongoing one in groups kind of did, well, it didn't surprise me fully, but it was just like, okay, this actually does work in groups. which was, which gave it a purpose and a reason to exist.
Personal hygiene and cleanliness.
And worst case, I'll delete all 3 of them and we'll go find different builds to fill up those slots. But at the very least, they're more interesting than the things I gave up for them, which is like that full healer high end, which I hadn't used in like a year, most likely. That build didn't come out at all because, yeah, if you're going healer, why not be a Fi at that point? And I should briefly check chat for a second. Oh, and hello there. I'm just gonna say MG. And speaking of teach things, I made a high-end one today. Too easy. Also group adjustment. Yeah, you can kind of do it like that as well. Although going Usina and stuff and Bellstone especially as well. Unless you had the pieces. Although okay, you don't have to recore with those. That could be the nice thing with it. But yeah, giving up damage is. As I once famously said, if this build does if this build does half the damage of the other one, then the other one does double the damage of this one. I want too many bleak cores as I haven't found a piece. And yeah, they work. Like even in not the best setups, they kind of work well. And yeah, especially the Heartbreaker one. Like if you're going for one, I mean, I think you already had one, right? Another one, basically. Then yeah, the Heartbreaker one is like the go-to one. But all of them kind of work well. I kind of don't mind the reworked version of the high-end one now because it's brought it up a little bit in damage with that Elmo and that Picaro. So that kind of works, I feel. Let me continue on with this. Although actually, I think I'm done with this. I'll put that memento name there. It bothers me. I'm actually also gonna, seeing as I have it copied already, gonna go back into that other one and paste it there as well. It's in the brand list. This has all the stats, looks correct, has those as well. Yeah. Filling up another spot. Yeah. I'm gonna go back into the OD one and just control. Oh, also now notice that this is of course a little bit too big. Turns out, yes, it was getting overlapped on the last piece. There we go. Memento. Yep. Let's log out in the meantime while I go find the other one, which is 4.13, and then yeah, 4.04 will stay black for a while. Because I haven't even looked at how other people have been doing hazard protected Eclipse. Because I feel, well, you have 40 basically from watch and the gear set, so you only need 60 more. A YAL piece makes sense, letting you have. Actually, no, YAL piece doesn't make sense because you can just have 10 status effects, some like from the brand bonuses and stuff. As I was gonna say, like that can let you have a brand bonus, but yeah, it's the same. It's like the status effect on a roll and a status effect from a brand bonus. It's not like with crit chance, for instance, where the roll is 6% and so. But I might just put in a YAL piece just for the lulls. I have way too many YAL resources. Although actually on my other account I have 999. But even on this one I have 457 because one time I spent a lot of credits and stuff on my characters to just get that up. Here we have the, oh, okay, yeah, no. So this one we're going to skip for now because we'll come back to it because I want this to be crit damage and then this to be a crit chance mod. And then do I care enough about it to do it that way? Because stat-wise it will end up the same. I can fake it here and then go farm it later. Yeah, let's do that. I can fake it here. By just giving this, because yeah, it's basically moving some stuff around, basically. It's just a crit chance and crit damage moving places on pieces. But the reason I want to do it is because, so that's from a negotiator mask. So, but the reason I do want to do it is because I have 6 crit chance mods, or well, like mods that have 6 crit chance, so then it can be full on. Although of course it's also it's not a full on build. Yeah, let's give it its build picture, because yeah, in the worst case, I'm just gonna move 2 stats around. But then at the very least, I already have it and can actually share it around and stuff, and get people's opinions and stuff. Although of course with these, it's not a hard like, because yeah, the tech tank part of it is very much set. So that memento, those blue cores are there. That's what a tech tank is. So that part stays. And then it's basically, do I use the chest or don't I use the chest? That's the 2 questions. And I did have the non-chest version, but I feel like if I'm going to run this anyway, I might as well run the chest version, because yeah, this is done a group build really. And then I'll be buffing harder. It makes sense that way. Let's do even more of... Actually, let's move this a little bit over here. Let's make this a little bit bigger. But actually, when I get that glove and maximize it out and stuff, the stat block here will stay the exact same. Doesn't even matter. This here. Okay. Let's get the memento name before I forget. Have it there. And yeah. Stat blocks. Yeah, most of the pieces that have 12s on them. Same with the chest in the True Patriot one. That means likely that, I mean, not likely, 100% that they didn't come straight from my stash. They came from other builds on that character. Same here. This mask is it's in the Heartbreaker tech tank, actually, of course. But yeah, this is using the same layout as the Heartbreaker tech tank, gear set wise, which is on her as well. And just moving those pieces over basically. Let's line these up. But yeah, I did take the time to optimize the ongoing and the FI version up all the way. Although most of the pieces, because yeah, we were farming for so long that most of the pieces were already pretty close to full. So it wasn't too expensive. I think most of them were at most 2 optimizations. Because usually when I give a build picture, I do want them to be maxed out. I can never. I always dislike it as well when other people are doing like videos on gear or on builds, and then they show a build and it's like, even if it wasn't optimized all the way, I would be okay with it. But then they're like, oh, I'm running this wyvern piece and it should be skill haste, skill damage, and it's for now I just have this hazard protect skill damage. It's just like, if it's a unicorn or something, I can understand, but just for like a wyvern piece, really? One that's also like craftable? Get at least the right stats. But yeah, that's what happens when you want to do a video a week about a build. And you've already done hundreds. Like the lucky thing for me is I just get to, the build showcases are literally showcases. I'm just taking a build from the build collection and going, hey, this one, let's talk about this one. And yeah, most of them have been tested through and through. Like, I don't think there's a build on the collection that I haven't ran for at least 5 hours. At the very least. And that's likely more like the raid tanks and stuff, because yeah, I don't usually raid tank, but then yeah, I have raid tanked just to experience the builds kind of and stuff. That all seems okay. I don't want to give it more stats than this, especially not till I'm like set on them. Let me look over here. That all looks good. Yep. So let me actually want to make sure that goes to the right tab. So yeah, that just leaves one black hole left. And I think I reworked all the ones that I wanted, and I moved around all the ones that I wanted. So yeah, that's kind of good. I briefly want to go into the recommended build list and just check that I haven't broken anything in here. Just looking for builds that I've moved. Is it this high-end explosive? I should actually, yeah. Let's do that as well. So, because now, of course, that high-end explosive is with
Shooting range. To book a time slot, report to the range.
with the sacrifice.
Law enforcement or
So
military
yeah, I
experience.
want to add in the other one as well into the recommended build list, because yeah, the sacrifice one is better, as we got from the numbers as well yesterday, getting the numbers from it. But also, we knew that was going to be better. But yeah, so what I'm doing is taking the link from there. But yeah, I want to add in this one as well. High-end explosive, perfect glass cannon. Perfect glass cannon. Actually, should I do it like that? Because nah, let's do perfect. Let's write it out. Yeah, perfect glass. And this is with Empress. Just have both versions in there. Actually, what I kind of want to do is
Switch off and unplug all electronic
put the
devices.
hardwire one above it. Because that one's basically just, that Empress one is just in there as an option at this point. Because yeah, the glass one just needs a unicorn and a very hard farmable piece in that contractors, as we found out. The Empress one is a lot easier to get together, so that's why that one's that one's there. Also now recognize, actually wanted to have a lefty in here, which I will do actually by sneaking one in by doing this and going lefty. Actually, yeah, I know why I didn't in the end. Yeah, I'll leave it as is. Like, weapons are always just up to the player themselves. It's fine. I just want to see what I could come up with and how. Yeah, always feel free to like experiment and stuff. That's half the fun. Like, I do the same. It's just messing about with builds is like 3/4 of the game, I feel. And yeah, most of them aren't like wrong until you like go way too far into something, because that way at least you also, yeah, you have 2% regen, or actually what did you have? Actually no, you don't. You have 1% regen, you have 20% on kill, which yeah, can be handy. I mean, we know that power from the thingy. the blanking on the build name. Thunder's Fury. That's the one. Okay, so yeah, we added that in. What is it? The glass one is the most recommended from those. These are kind of, I don't actually say it anywhere, but these are basically in the order that I kind of recommend them. Is that this negotiator one should still, yeah, be linking correctly. And there's the high end, there's the ongoing one, and then the strikers one. And PFEs. Oh yeah, we also actually have that one. I want to give that one a once over. We have the PFE that is on character one, basically the AR one that is now that I've ran as is kind of, but I'm not too sure about it. I still want to work on it or alter it a little bit, because the annoying thing of it is it's at 60 crit chance with a coyote, which kind of works for itself, but sometimes I'm taking mid-range shot and I kind of want to put that closer in there. And when I put that closer in there, that 60 crit chance isn't going to make sense anymore. So, well, actually, we'll be dropping down to 55 at that point anyway, because we'll be getting a mod anyway. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what I do with that thing. I haven't fully decided yet. These all should still be okay. I'm mostly just looking that none of those deleted builds or anything are up on this thing. They shouldn't be, because like if they were recommended, I would not I would not delete them, I feel. So this is the high-end Regulus, and then this is the shoddy one. Could actually swap the order of these two. Yeah, I kind of want to swap the order of these two, so I will. It is my list, and I get to do with it whatever I want. Because I feel that the Hunter's Fury one actually makes more sense than the high-end one, even though both are good. Like I mean, it doesn't make, it's just a little bit more effective than the high-end one's effective too. Combat medics and actually, which combat medic do I link even here? Okay, this one. Because we have the half healer and the half healer. And this one. Kind of want to add in the other combat medic, the combat medic glass. Just because I kind of like that glass version technically better, I feel.
If you notice suspicious activity, report it to the nearest JTF member immediately. Do not intervene.
And it deserves to be on that recommended build list. So that's 4 point something. This one. There we go. Linking correctly, it is. Yeah, full healers. So yeah, this thing as well is going to get a rework eventually. It's on the list, basically the full hazard protected with 3 Emperor or with 3 Eclipse is going to become with 2 Cavalier. And yeah, it's 2 the healers, and then, yeah, the purple builds. Yeah, that looks all good. Let's close those. Let's bring this up and actually take us over to the game in full. And I'll hop on over to this. As yeah, we did the homework part of today's stream. Working from home on the homework, and that took basically exactly 1 hour. I'm proud of myself. We used the allocated time to to be allocated. As I'll catch up here as well for a second. And hey there, Mr. Blackjack. And and thanks for the well wishes for the stream. Can we get the Carcassonne from named caches? Yes. So that one is a DZ item, and it is in the named item pool. Once in a while as well, it's been on the countdown vendor as well from time to time. And of course, you can go farm at DZ as well. But yeah, you'll get it eventually from named item caches, especially. Usually what I recommend actually is if you're not too far in expertise and stuff anyway, you don't need the exotic cache as much. So just from like here instead of like, I of course go for exotic caches only. But especially if you don't have all the named items or all of the named items in quantities that you need, named item caches from here make sense. And same from countdown kind of. I'm gonna take this character and I kind of want to run the Heartbreaker tech tank for a little bit. Because yeah, tomorrow I've already put a spreadsheet, the beginnings of a spreadsheet for it together. And tomorrow we'll, either tomorrow or Monday, we'll do the showcase on it. I should say, because tomorrow might get a little bit busy and I might not be wanting to do it. And I'm gonna jump on over to Summit. I'm gonna do a 3 floors kind of solo here to start off with. And then I'll open it up to if anybody else wants to join as well.
This may take a while. Hope you cleared your schedule.
Because yeah, mostly I want to mess around with having 6 directives on for a little bit and just running this thing solo. Kind of reminding myself how it feels. I mean, not that I've forgotten at any point, really. Because yeah, the last time that I ran this was like yesterday. Well, likely even today, earlier. This character doesn't need their project still, right? Yep. So that's good. 6 directors will go in. Only have sidearm specialists left. That's not going to happen. Yeah. Spent all my G points trying to get a second one. Well, maybe at the very least, you would have gotten a few things to add to the expertise, if nothing else. And maybe some other useful items. But yeah, there's a lot of names that are kind of useful. You know, sacrifices, closers, stuff like that. I'm not charged up, of course. So I need to be aware of that.
Detected.
We're fighting True Sons. But yeah. Especially solo scaling is not really hard. And yes, especially the bonus armor that this Heartbreaker has that like really lets you be super aggressive. I'll jam it once more.
Striker drone detected. Hostile striker drone detected.
Finish him off. My aim isn't really dialed in yet. As I've aimed too much towards the build collection of aiming where I put stats. I really should put in new batteries, and I might actually, if I remember to do that in a second, into my mouse. It is acting a little bit wonky. Might also be the surface that it's on. That might be a little bit glossy. It's from, like, grease from hands, basically. Let's grab some coffee. And yeah, for this GE as well, I'm gonna actually do what I usually do with GE point stars is to because yeah, last 3 times I was looking for Almos, so it made sense to spend them right away. Here they're not gonna like make the difference towards getting another item anyway, expertise up or anything. So what I usually do in those is just save it up till the last day, basically till the last moment that I'm gonna go spend them, letting me like see how many I had in total. Like that thing of the Heartbreaker is kind of cool, like where I just grab this stuff and then just run towards the enemy because I have way too much bonus armor. So even if they take a few shots at me, it's fine. And none of the other tech tanks can do that, which is kind of like the thing I like the most about this one, because I can just run up to people and then just start destroying them. Break myself out. And yeah, the Kingbreaker, as much as the Elmo is kind of a good damage dealer, this one letting it be that close range just makes sense with the Kingbreaker as well. And the Kingbreaker is just such a high damage dealer, and it would only really fit on the Heartbreaker or the Striker, because yeah, you need that extra weapon handling. Not even, at least for me, especially, not even just for the weapon handling of itself, but just to get that reload to a manageable like level, because otherwise it's such a long reload. But yeah, on the Striker, of course, something like a FAMAS makes more sense as well. But yeah, on this Heartbreaker, the Kingbreaker makes like perfect sense, and the Kingbreaker is like in its league of its own, really. And basically, its major reason why most people don't use it in high-end builds is void here, because yeah, accuracy, like, you don't need accuracy when you just stick your weapon inside of people. Like, no accuracy would have changed. If I had a Carbine 7 or an M4 or this at those ranges, it wouldn't have mattered. Although of course I'm also over exaggerating and overselling it a little bit, because of course also I'm taking pot shots at these ranges, but it's fine, because yeah, for the big enemies when it matters, I can push up and just. When people say 100% accuracy isn't possible, like. You can't miss when your weapon is inside of them. Like, the only accuracy failings I will have on like those waves was that I kept firing when the enemy was dead. Putting out shots that were on enemies that were already deceased. I wish it was a fun weapon that had as much damage as. I mean, if there was, then that would be very OP. So it's because yeah, its balancing factor is exactly that. It is a little bit annoying to use, and also like, as much as I don't mind the TKBs as I do run them quite a bit, of course. Like, especially on tech tanks, I feel they work really well, especially on high ends where you have a few maybe weapon handling rolls or stuff. Also, you kind of just need some time on it. I feel it's one of those weapons that is, of course, newer and stuff, because yeah, for me as well, it took a while to get used to it, because I've been running a FAMAS for like forever. Like, the pattern, you have the pattern down. And this one is kind of like the AK's pattern. I mean, they basically share a pattern, but it is a little bit different because it's a 50 RPM more. So it's the AKs and this one as well have like a moment where they shift in how much deviation they have from the center point. I can maybe show in a second as well. Where is this? with 2 gloves, but not in the version that I'm looking for. Is that what the AKs have, and the TKB as well? Actually, if I just hold the mouse up, basically, they go like that, and then they go straight up. But there's that moment of them going like from being angled and then going straight up, and you kind of have to get used to where that is exactly. And it shows better on this. It does. They have like that moment where like it goes like that and then goes a little bit straighter. Actually, that one wasn't a good showing. Let me see if I can get a better viewing of it. Because yeah, there is more obvious. Like there's that point up to there, and then there's a straight up part. And you kind of have to get used to that. But of course, some weapon handling on the build helps with that as well. Just having less of it anyway. And we have a border. Brought us some loot. But that's not junk. Yeah, and that's I can totally understand not liking it. But luckily as well, it's the balance between the weapons is decent. So even like on most build, the damage is mitigated just by its lack of accuracy and stability, and it's just flailing aroundness basically.
Shade tech detected.
So especially on high ends and stuff, or on strikers even. Well, actually on strikers it kind of, but yeah, strikers more mid range than this is. But yeah, especially this being this close range kind of makes it make sense.
Detected. Hostile assault turret detected.
But yeah, for me as well, for instance, on the, because yeah, I could kind of put this on the high-end tech tanks as well, of course, but I choose not to because I like having a weapon that is better, that has better like mid-range capabilities.
Got a single hollow point for you, agent. I'll kill you, motherfucker!
Let me blow this thing before I get hit by it. Where is he? Oh. But yeah, like moments like that. I had feathered the enemy a little bit, but yeah, all of the shots went pretty wide. Well, that one as well. I like fast stance as well. Even if it's weaker overall, it I feel works well as well with tech tanks, just because they're more sustained kind of builds. They're weaker, so they need to shoot more anyway. But then they also have the tools to shoot more because you'll just stand behind your shield and just put out damage. And hey there, Agishiel. Of course, that name could be pronounced in many ways. Let me know if that isn't the way to. That was my guess of how to say it. And yeah, I'm gonna guess at some point Toasty provided you with the emotes, and I hope you enjoyed them. Some have become staples here, especially the running one, as people seem to enjoy that one quite a lot.
High-risk target approaching.
We're on floor 66, and we get to execute the boss of floor 66, who has shock traps and mortar turrets, but luckily for me, mortar turrets are easy to deal with. I don't want to go through those shocks because I don't want to get shocked. So I'll just shoot them from there. Easy peasy. I think I don't like the way they are. Rate of fire. Oh, okay. Yeah, if you don't like low rate of fire weapons, then that can also. Oh, he's over there now. Crit chance. God damn it. I need that to be crit damage. That's one of the pieces that I'm looking for. We'll go another 3 floors here solo, and then for the boss floor, I'll open it up to if anybody wants to join. Because either tomorrow or the day after, I'll be doing a showcase, or I'll be recording the showcase on this specific build, the Heartbreaker Tech Tank. And yeah, I just want to put some hours on it once more. Although this build has a lot of hours on it already, there's a reason I did feel confident enough to do a master class on the tech tanks, which is a video that is surprisingly still doing well. It's like every time I look at it, it's gotten a bunch more views, which for a little bit of an older video, which is likely not getting recommended just through the algorithm or stuff. But yeah, I see it linked from here and there. Hey there, Bogey. And Spune was referring to the Kingbreaker, which is the name TKB, the perfect flatline weapon. Although it still annoys me that this perfect flatline should, of course, this name should be yellow, like this, like perfect unhinged with a yellow background and stuff, or like perfect fast hands and stuff. But it of course isn't, because yeah, it got added later, and those are very much a little bit wonky. As of course as well, still, the thing I dislike most about the TKB is a cosmetic thing, because this weapon still hasn't been fixed after all this time, because the magazine isn't actually connected to the weapon. The scope is going straight through, because actually if I go into this mod slot and just remove it, like on other weapons, this assembly would get removed, and like, because yeah, everything you put in there is just clipping through. This slot is just like, what? Why is this handguard? What? And yeah, all of the lasers and stuff are half stuck into it. Actually, it's a pulse laser, of course. And worst of all is that this muzzle slot, like, kind of look how it's lining up with the barrel. It's a little bit too low. It's not actually lining up with the barrel correctly, meaning that it is actually not. Well, you can't kind of see it in there, but its hole isn't lined up. So that's yeah. This thing needs a cosmetic rework, kind of. It needs to get the same love that the capacitor recently got, and was very nice on the capacitor. Also, the Dr. Home. The Dr. Home went from a toy gun to an actual good-looking gun, kind of. Oh, I don't have the. Ah, damn it. I did some countdowns on this character, of course. I don't have the event on, and I just now noticed. I'll fix that after this room, because I do want the event on. Firstly, because I feel the event goes faster than without it, actually.
God damn it!
The only downside is that I'll lose all my memento pickups. But yeah, I'll finish this room just because yeah, I'm here anyway, and likely by the time I try to go back to lobby, I'll get shot at, and then that will break the ability to do so. Yeah, let's take this back to lobby. And then I'll turn the global events on and go back up. Yeah, that's always annoying because of countdown. Raids as well, when you go into raids. It'll turn off the global event. Or if you join someone that has the global event off by just joining them. Then once you get back out,
We need you to secure a skyscraper.
it's easy to like forget that there, for instance, because I just started playing again as well. Just like, hey, I'm missing something. Wasn't there green explosions? Where's the green explosions? Let's see. We'll head back up. And hey there, Muddy. I'm gonna guess that never noticed one is too. Yeah, all of the mods of it being a little bit broken. It's yeah, it was very popular when it went in for like it was every Reddit post and stuff for forever. So, but also I'm very much someone that kind of looks at the weapons from time to time as well. So I usually don't notice it on my own as well.
Initiated.
So here we have system breach, which is doing some laptops first and blowing up some servers. I've lost all my mementos, so I need to charge those back up. Gonna wait for that drone to come in, because I need to stay in the circle. So I put myself over here as I saw that turret go down, because I want something to be close to me, close enough for me to effectively shoot it. Usually that drone coming in is the thing that will provide that kind of. But actually, its owner is here, so that's what's going on.
Advanced AEDs nearby.
One thing I did as well today is actually finish up all of the challenges for this global event, which basically turned out to be that photograph one. Take photos, 5 photos of reanimating enemies, which is just easy on normal, and some melee kills, and doing a stronghold on hard or harder. And I just went and did all those. But yeah, basically everything else is done. So this one is very much if you play and kind of play Eclipse as well, kind of in between, and other builds, that kind of shooting builds in between as well. Kind of play with a decent variety of builds, then yeah, likely as well, like you'll get the global event challenges done pretty easily. It's actually likely. I'll see how I feel about it. One thing I kind of need to do as well is we're gonna health roll a glove.
Rogue striker drone
I
detected.
consider now is that I also kind of need to do
Striker drone detected.
the League on my alt account still, and of course also the global event on my alt still.
Assault drones detected.
I'll likely do it basically if the other day of I'll do basically the showcase on one day, either tomorrow or the day after, and then that on the other one. Or I might later on today go do the League on my alt. We'll see. We'll see how I... And yeah, these drones are really handy for charging up the memento. They are basically the counter to glass, but like as a tech tank, none of these waves, especially solo, like and 4-man, and then when like a big wave spawns, they can be kind of dangerous. They might be able to go through the shield. But especially solo, with it's like spawning 2 or 3 of them, they're not going through the shield unless one of the explosive ones gets close enough. You just have to listen for the beeping. So we do get the key. It's around 68, which is the last not nice floor before we get a really nice floor, of course. In the case review looks like Kimberly, but I'm sure it's different. Am I right? ASP08. It is based on a real weapon. I've seen pictures of it, like the real one, which kind of just looks like the TKB with his normal magazine and and no attachments, so that it actually looks normal. But actually, yeah, yeah. But yeah, it is as with actually, is all weapons in Division. I mean, all base weapons, of course. Some of the exotics are, of course, like exotic. Although even stuff like, I mean, of course, there isn't a handgun that makes people's heads explode. Although, of course, actually, likely there is, actually. Likely, because, yeah, you could... In 50 BMG, you could have... if you fired that, you could have explosive core in there. But even stuff like the Ravenous is actually based on a real weapon, although like a one-off in that case. But all of the weapons in Division are, all of the base weapons are real weapons or based really closely on real weapons. As Ubisoft usually does as well. Although, of course, all of them are named a little bit differently, because especially the naming is usually very copyrighted. Like the form of a weapon isn't, especially for video games and stuff. Like the way that a weapon looks, as long as there's like that it can be argued that there is multiples of it existing. But for instance, even like AKs and M4s, there's like so many people making AKs and M4s. Like you can't really protect that, because they'll just go like, oh, but we copied this other company's one, and then they have to sue them. But the name is usually protected. So, for instance, the ACS, of course, is like the AA-12 in real life, I believe, is the naming of it. The AKs and stuff, of course, are old enough that they'll get away with it. But yeah, a lot of the weapons are named a little bit differently. Like the M16 and stuff is the same. With SIG, they even have like a thing, because yeah, all of the SIG weapons are even called SIG MPX, SIG, the assault rifle, the 5.56 one, and stuff. As you will, M870 is of course also a normal one. But yeah, some share real names, some kind of don't.
Got enough body bags for all of them. We lost one.
Oh, there's this mini tank behind me, of course. And yeah, annoyingly, Heartbreakers don't stack on mini tanks. Like you don't get to stack on them, where strikers do.
Sending the UAV.
I don't want to push in too far, because yeah, they can spawn from this door on my left. So I just want to keep. Although likely it'll be one wave here. I should just shoot those things. Yeah, this is why I didn't want to push in. Because yeah, as long as I keep everybody in front of me, I'm pretty safe. But letting people flank me... I feel he still had a lot of health left, actually, before he died too. Yeah, especially if like an elite mini tank comes out of there, that thing can shred me in seconds. The game is generous in giving me a lot of gloves, but not the glove that I'm there, which is annoying.
Hostile civilian targeted.
There's a random patrol here. And yeah, with this Heartbreaker one, I'm closing the distance so far anyway that I basically just stick the barrel of the Kingbreaker into people's heads and just get headshots that way instead of trying to like aim it out. Oh, and thank you, Blackjack, for the raid once more. Actually, that's the second time I feel. And yeah, welcome everyone from there as well. And yeah, once more, thanks there. As I'm running some summit, just messing about with a Heartbreaker Tech Tank, a build I know very well, but just putting some more hours onto it because I will actually be doing a build showcase on it either tomorrow or the day after, and I'll be recording that live on here. So, and that'll be on the YouTubes, of course. As I feel I didn't capture this thing well enough. Let's put some disruption on it some more.
I'll take it out of play.
Briefly trying to catch up on some of the chat that I missed before before it got crowded. But yeah, hello all of the new names as well. Saying hello there. But yeah, luckily with a Heartbreaker Tech Tank, it's very much one of those builds that you can be pretty stupid with and still survive. Like I was there. I was just letting myself get shot and suffering a little bit for it, but not too much. I don't like leaving the circle because they might recapture it, but also I just need to go kill this thing. And I'll make my way back. Actually, I won't, because likely this is the last enemy because I didn't hear anything spawn. Actually, oh, it's SHT, of course, so we need to kill every enemy before the next wave spawns. There's a lot of tall stuff here, making line of sight a little bit hard. Actually, what I should do is this. Go up here. And shoot at whatever shoots at me. Which is the easy way of doing it. And Spoon was feeling very generous there, I see, as he gifted 5 subs as a fan. That is very much appreciated. And yeah, thanks for the vote of confidence there. That yeah, I mean, as always, it's yeah. Keep in mind, yeah, it's never required. I'll keep doing this stuff even if I like had those things didn't happen. But yeah, as always as well, it's always appreciated, and very much thank you, man. As I think the 5 people as well that got them will be very thankful to you as well. As I'm trying to snipe with the Kingbreaker because I don't want to push up. As yeah, there's also the zombies, and they'll just come into the circle and take over that thing again. But you know what? Let's just go finish this because otherwise it'll take forever to get this room done. Yeah, these SHT tech ones are always the long ones. As a sniper. There's something else as well to my back left. Okay, it's over there. The shots were coming from the other side, actually. Oh, there's stuff over there as well. Okay. Because this guy's here, right? Yeah. Sir? I'm over here. Don't shoot at me. Wait, or am I done? I'm done. Okay. Oh, that was a voice line. Okay. There's a group out here. I heard a voice line. That's why I was like, there's still something alive. But yeah, that's these guys. These guys are still alive. Let's fix that. None of them seem alive anymore. Let me catch up here for a second, actually. Made something new today. Nice. Super secret buffer. Yeah, I'm looking forward to messing about with that. And yeah, once more, indeed, see the subs, the gifted subs going out in there. Which, yeah. And yeah, Muddy got one as well. I see there. He gets to run around now as well with that emote. Oh, as well, actually, because yeah, I was already planning on opening it up to others to join if they are interested. Seeing as we're reaching the chest here, might as well do it now because then. So yeah, if you have me on the list on your friends list, feel free to hop on me if you want to join. Which yeah, as Muddy said, he was interested in trying out a super secret buffer.
Explosive trap.
And others as well, if you are interested in doing some summits, because yeah, I'll likely do the full summit project with this character. Only done 6 floors so far, so there's still a bunch of floors to go. But yeah, if you don't have me on your list, then I can /invite you if you're interested.
Activating decoy.
And yeah, it's very much on a first come, first serve basis, so... And I'll check in a second. So, trying to shoot this guy, but he's just running away from me, of course. Okay. Where's it? Oh, let me get here. And as also their Spoon took first place in gifted subs for here. I don't know when does this like reset. I'll figure that out. We'll try it out maybe. Something I you guys didn't first suggest to use Striker. Oh yeah, Bogey, indeed. Like Striker is now actually the way to kind of like just make a damage build. As also as well, I'm curious what as Muddy, of course, as he's a super secret buffer. Let's see how he is set up. So with a Hermano, I see there, and yeah, yellow FI, chest FI, and with the Hermano buff as well. Does that trigger off of the Rolly as well? I haven't actually ever tried it with that. And Toasty says he's booting up. I'll actually give you a second here, so that you can get this chest as well. Well, the thing is, currently with the Hermano, it isn't actually working as intended. So this 30% is still a normal 20%, and yeah, 20% is decent, but it's also it's not fast. Fast hands is a lot more than that. But it is a quite a handy thing because you also get that skill haste stuff up and stuff, which can help a lot. And yeah, Striker is actually one of those builds I'm considering kind of actually removing the high-end red that I have as like the top recommended and just putting Striker there. Or just like flipping them in their positions. Like, and it's pretty easy to make as well. So it's, It's comes highly recommended as a Spion. Also links the collection there, and yeah, I have way too many builds at the moment, kind of as well. Yeah. As I didn't catch anybody else offering up to come join us summiting. So yeah, let's pop this crate and we'll give it another minute and say once more that yeah, if anybody's interested in joining us for some summiting, then feel free to say so. And then otherwise, in a minute or so after the boss room, likely I will open it up to just randoms. We'll just random matchmake, just to have the 4-man version. Yep. Jumping down there is always a little bit wonky. Oh, just watch out as well. For now, it's on 6 directives, because yeah, that's what I was running, of course. After the boss room, I'll drop it down to 4, like the normal 4 we usually have. So I'll take that Fenris chest just to share as well. It's a costly optimization, but it might be worth it for someone. But I never take damage or die. As yes, Toasty professing that he never takes damage, of course, and never dies, which means that he's not abiding by one of my recent videos of dying more. Although, actually, in reality, of course, Toasty already lives by that mantra as well. Sometimes dying is worth it. Actually, I'll drop this chest as well, see if anybody wants it. Yeah, it's a costly optimization, but it can be a free talentable one. Just gonna suck less again. Well, those aren't too hard to get, the 10% disrupt ones. So you'll likely get one eventually. I went a little bit too hard.
Agent out of action. Agent down.
Especially though, like a full group of those guys is a little bit much.
Serious trauma detected.
I'm gonna heal up here. Oh, and there's also a sniper. That likely didn't help my cause either. I'm gonna take the long way around, which is where my allies are as well. I'm gonna go over here and start working from this end. Gonna just get in range of that thing just to destroy it. And then start moving up.
High risk target approaching.
On floor 70, we'll only have 2 names, right? Yeah. Or is it still 1 named on 70? I always forget. We'll see in a second. 70 and 80, I believe, were 2. Luckily, when I went down, I didn't die. And that means that I still have my mementos. He was basically dead, and then okay. So yeah, we do get 2 bosses here. So. Those are always those kind of things that I like half remember because I don't really care. We'll get how many we get. We'll just keep killing till everything's dead. That's the thinking there. So that guy's still alive. The good old-fashioned spawn camps. That's it. Those 2 are gonna get up. Got happy for a second, but then I noticed it wasn't gloves. As crit chance weapon handling closer, which of course actually, who got that one even? Didn't see who shared it. Gonna guess Toasty is set to Usina. But yeah, we're all looking for several Usina pieces. Well, at least, especially me and Toasty. I don't know if the rest is also into them. But yeah, most of them were recourse, either to red or yellow. So they're always annoyingly hard to get. But yeah, for the current time, I'm actually after a FI glove, which will be for the FI tech tank. Let me just clean up those as well. And that one's mostly aesthetical, but also has taken me quite a bit, because most of today as well, I did a bunch of countdowns and set to that. I'm gonna take off fragile, and I'm gonna take off cool skills, because fragile breaks too often, and cool skills will like the tech tank can kind of deal with that quite easily, but none of the other builds can. I mean, most of the others then now can use both their shields and their revive packages. You know, is handy. And good evening to you as well, Jorlock. So I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that well. That's a cool looking emote as well. It's from Sully 868. Yeah, that one's a good looking one. And yeah, as well, tomorrow I'll do some work to the reality emote. I kind of have it. I kind of want to upload it already today, but I actually want to take a different picture of my, like the picture, like the real me, the reality me. We're missing still one person actually. We're missing. Oh, there's the. You'll catch up.
Assault drones
Oh, we
detected.
have some drones, but it's an ambush, so this will just be 2 or 3 waves of drones. So that's never really hard. There's one other way to deal with these as well is to just quickly swap to a jammer pulse on one of the skills, but I'll just stand in front of them and yeah, I was also looking into like how overlays and stuff work, because yeah, I kind of maybe want to have some of those, as maybe especially as well. What of course a lot of streamers do is that, like, if you sub or do a message with bits, then that it like shows up on the stream and like plays a sound message kind of thing, which could be useful as well, because then like I can use that to like if I need to fix something, like if my mic is set to the wrong input, which happened that one time for like a minute or two. I haven't actually gone back and listened to how it sounded, because it was set to my Rift, like a VR headset that I have. That is lying like to my side, basically. It's like hanging off to my side, off the desk. But yeah, it's very much like not pointed to me, and it's like also, of course, inside of it. So curious to actually hear how that sounded. But then also doing an overlay thingy for current build, basically. Because that one already I kind of figured out, because you can read it from a file. You can read it, which is easier than just editing that thing over and over again. You can have it read the text from a file. And that means that I could just alter a text file to just alter it, which is a little bit easier than like doing it inside of OBS and changing it in there. I need to stack up first. And I went and isolated myself, which is a weird choice that I made there. Ambushes are easy. A random patrol here. So we have a key there as well.
Tech detected.
But we have also okay. Oh. Forgot what room or what thing we have here. That place could only be the key, but we had the key in the other corner already. As yeah, we have SHD tech crate here as well. So yeah. Double EMP grenades go on it.
Rogue incinerator turret detected.
We have this heavy. I'll try to catch its attention.
Incinerator turret detected.
I'll just push these guys out.
An agent needs assistance.
Yes, Salty's testing out the hive,
Turret detected.
making sure it's still working as intended. Bad time for a reload there. As there, my shield got eaten up. See, double of those. I'll take the heal here, just in case. Especially these SHD rooms are always a hassle because yeah, they spawn all around. They force you to be in the middle somewhere, especially against outcasts. Of course, that can hurt a little. Oh yeah, directive is active, of course. Trying to grab a med pack as I was on 3, but that wouldn't work.
Automated defenses detected. Caution advised.
I'll take the servers on their left.
Terminal destroyed.
Ton of rushers. I want to push up to this door because yeah, if I have more waves, they'll spawn from that door. We likely won't because we've already killed the servers. And on to 73. Oh, we already have the key actually, so I don't need to keep looking in every corner, but yeah. Some habits die a little bit hard. I'll drink the last of my cold coffee. And the nice one about this section is that this is the final room already. So floor 73 is basically just one single room. In this case, almost. So we had basically 2 rooms. One of them was like a super easy one. And what I shouldn't do is let many things revive, if I can avoid it. I'll go take this side because there's a bunch of stuff on this side as well. We'll deal with them. Clean her up. He'll have a mini tank somewhere. Actually, he spawned upstairs, of course, so the mini tank can't jump down, so he's downstairs. But yeah, I'll stay on this end. Because yeah, what you really want to do here is to have, you know, a little bit of an even spread so that wherever they jump down, somebody is there to catch them. And yeah, from this side as well, I can kind of shoot through. And the search for these gloves is taking way too long, but yeah, I kind of knew that already. We'll get them eventually. The funny thing is, it's just so I can move a mod from being crit damage to crit chance, so it's like easier for me. Then can be a full build with that, basically. Because I have more crit chance mods than crit damage mods, of course. Or well, I use less crit chance mods, so I have more of them available at full. What's the 4-person scaling for summit? Damage per number of enemies, or just damage? Also number. So basically in the same way as with missions. So their health and armor goes up. Their damage goes up a tiny amount. And then the numbers wise, you get basically more numbers and higher veterancy. So because, of course, the game can't spawn, like if it's solo spawns 5 people, it's not going to spawn 20 people for 4 man. There's a spot over here likely, hopefully there is. There's only one of these things, so I just need to get it done. It's going to jam once more and then I'll get up and destroy it. But yeah, it doesn't spawn, of course, like 20 enemies for that. What it will do is start moving enemies up in veterancy. So what will happen is that there's a lot more purples and elites and stuff like that, who also have more armor and health. And feelings-wise, I feel it's the same scaling. I haven't ever completely tested it because, yeah, especially testing health and armor of enemies is annoyingly complex, especially in like for groups and stuff. But there is data mined information, of course, available from from open worlds and missions, which share scaling. And my guess is that Summit has the exact same scaling wise. But as with all content, is as long as the team composition wise like stays good, like if there's good builds stacking on top of good builds, it goes it goes actually faster in a group than solo. Because yeah, one good build or 4 good builds, 4 good builds go faster than the one good build usually. Although of course 2-man scaling is kind of usually the easiest. But yeah, with 4-man, it allows you to have like supporty builds and stuff. Even with 2-man, of course. So just having builds be buffed basically is kind of handy. Full weapon handling holster. Let's see. He's doing some good key checks. Actually, Muddy, could you deploy your seeker and put it on me, or drone and put it on me for a second, actually? Because one thing I was noticing, actually, wait, the wording on this will say it as well, actually. Oh, okay. So deployed skills. It's not going to trigger actually off of your drone or your seeker, actually, Hermana. Because I was noticing, actually, I was looking at the thing while the drone was up, but deployed skills usually means actually deployable skills. So stuff like turret, hives, remotes, pulse, stuff like that. Stuff that actually goes into the world and becomes a real thing inside of the world. So yeah, for instance, indeed, a hive, for instance. Because earlier I had the drone on me and I was like, does it actually trigger off this? But I didn't seem to. What's closer? So I'm looking for FI gloves with crit damage on them so I can re-roll it to a blue core. But also feel free to just set your target to whatever you need yourself. I'll get them eventually. The nice thing about Summit is everybody can have their own targeted, so you guys are farming for stuff as well. And, you know, I will actually mess about, because I usually have fast dance, so I don't really... it is noticeable. Extra 20 reload, taking it to 45, basically bonused, is not bad, actually. But yeah, it's not quite fast hands, but especially for instance a weapon like the Kingbreaker is benefits from it quite a bit. Actually, it should show me the number here as well. Oh no, it doesn't actually, because yeah, deployed or from talents reload speed doesn't show up on your stat screen, so it doesn't show up on the weapon either. There's also, just to check quickly, Money, if could you deploy your hive just here? I just want to see if it actually shows up on the buff bar. I believe it did always, right? I've done some testing with that talent, but I always I never remember. Or well, we'll check inside here. I'll go stand on top of it and check there. Yeah, it's yeah, because yeah, that shows up on the buffer. And yeah, it's annoying that the normal one is
Server terminal detected.
because yeah, you in that build as well, you might be better off, because I don't remember actually what the one piece of Brazos was. Or skill haze, of course, because it's the same with the Picaros, of course. But that likely means that you're better off with some other brands, because yeah, the perfect one doesn't do anything other than the normal one.
System reactivated. System malfunctioning.
We have a heavy over there. I'll try to keep him busy. Helmet's off.
System
So we can kill the jammer, which we did it already. Salt these down somewhere. See Toasty going for him, I'll go cover. Because that enemy is gonna get back up. Yeah, she's gonna get back up. Toasty's got her. Blue on mine. On the TKB, I kind of noticed that, yeah, it is a little bit faster. But yeah, it's only 20, it's 20 reload speed, basically. And that is a little bit, but it's also, yeah, it's not what the talents can kind of do. Because yeah, this 30% is actually 20% on the perfect, and this 0.6 is 0.2. Because it's acting the exact same as the normal variant. Are we on here? Support station in the middle. There's a heavy in the back. Pick the heavy's backpack first. Oh wait, were there two heavies? That's impressive. I'll go set up here, just so I'm not in the way of my allies. As Muddy got his project done there, it seems. It's got exotic cash. So actually, how far in am I? I am 12 floors in, so I still have a ways to go.
RPG out. Watch that flank.
As I was asking if Hive is the only deployable healing skill. Trap. I don't know if traps are considered deployed or not, but we could. But yeah, should be an easy test. Because yeah, then healing trap would also do it, but also yeah, you don't want healing trap to. You don't want to run healing trap, so that solves that a little bit. Oh, my allies are overwhelmed a little bit over there. I'm gonna clean up here a little bit and go and help over here. If I don't actually see what's shooting us, which is always an issue, of course. Oh, there she is. That did feel like a sniper shot hitting me in the back. Couldn't place it. Another crit chance one. Because the game does hate me. Grab this. And I'll go grab these. And some of this. Yeah, no. As we continue moving on up. Briefly check as well. I kind of know what is going to be expected. There's 2 strikers, although actually this one is with I was with a closer, but not. I was gonna say like Toasty likely has the right one, but he doesn't have it yet because yeah, that needs to be a crit damage to be like the good way. But one wrong stat isn't the end of the world. As for a flatline striker. Is a flatline as well. Well, I mean, just pulsing and spotting is kind of handy here as well. I'm of course as well pulsing basically when I aim at enemies. So is Toasty, and that helps visibility quite a lot. Because one of the things in Summit is that a lot of people quickly understand suddenly why a pulse is one of the best skills in the game. Quite often. Because it just visibility is actually a thing in a lot of the rooms here where you have that haze where you're getting blinded by lights aimed at your face and stuff like that. As I'll push through. There's one behind us. Turn around for him.
Vital signs critical.
I'm gonna take the long way around and put everything in front of me. That's important to my build. It's just that when I'm surrounded, I'm very susceptible to getting destroyed. But if everything is in front of me, then I can kind of deal with it. As I'll cover Muddy there as he's going for Toasty, I see.
I've got a flank.
That guy's gonna get back up. He did not get a headshot. This guy doesn't want to come out. I mean, I can understand. That's somewhere else. There are some few resources in here. And weirdly enough, this is the one door that like kind of just looks different than all the other doors that can be opened. Just as a curveball. I mean, it looks like these doors, of course. That's what it like looks like.
Terminal and hostile control.
I'll go take this right side one.
System malfunctioning. Terminal destroyed.
As jammers are dangerous to all of us. So might as well get those down as quick as possible. There we go. Give this room a quick key check as well. It doesn't seem to be here. With strikers, rate of fire and handling, you'd figured you'd use Kingbreaker, that thing as well. Yep. Kingbreaker is pretty strong, but it's not a great mid-range weapon.
Detected.
Because, for instance, I'm using Kingbreaker here, but that actually, like, I'm sticking it into enemies, basically. But yeah, just mid-range, you lose a lot. And also, the way that you can play obliterate and spotter strikers is to not stack with the ACS often,
Nearby
which
hostage situation.
especially here in Summit, you don't want to close that range so much and then stack with the ACS because you'll be out of position. Basically, it's much safer to just hang back a little bit more and then just do it with the AR. And most people as well just stack with the AR just in general. And the difference between something like a M4 for stacking purposes and something like the Kingbreaker that is a lot lower RPM is very noticeable. Because for instance, myself as well, on my red Heartbreaker, I don't run a Kingbreaker on the full red Heartbreaker. I have it on the build pictures as an option, but it's not my choice, my preferred choice. Yep, and we have the key there. Because as well, usually, like, especially weapon is just personal preference for most. That's also usually why I don't really care about what weapon I put on a build picture. It's mostly more advanced players, they just know, like, if I want to have a different weapon, I'll just use that different weapon, basically. As we have SHD tech here, so that goes out. A rusher behind me, but I'll turn around and take care of it in a second. She'll get back up, but also I don't have a shot at her head, but I'll just kill her when she gets back up. Oh. I was looking over there and going like, hey, two people are standing there. That's likely allies. They're standing next to each other. And then, as the camera leaves us for a second, I'll fix that actually right away while I'm waiting here. As they've taken away the SHD from us by their tug-of-war tactics, basically.
Rogue sniper turret detected.
I'm gonna push up over here and this medic.
Rogue striker drone detected. Hostile striker drone detected.
We have captured that thing now. Finally. I'll briefly get to these guys in a second. So, swap the battery real quick. Check for loot. You want some ammo? Oh, I hope that's not a healing one. Although most of the enemies here will not reach it in a second because we'll be spawn camping them in their spawn after this first wave. Yeah, that's heavy. That's my shield. That's a disorient. That's an enemy.
Serious trauma detected.
Take the time to heal back up there. And just push into these enemies with my ACS, which will also give me a ton of bonus armor, letting me be a little bit more aggressive there. But yeah, here they all spawn from just this door, so it becomes a spawn at that point. Aiming high with the ACS, just that'll be. Here we're stacking a dozen or so of these. Of those oxy effects, basically, and yeah. They don't do much damage, but when you stack up that many of them, it makes up for it. Wait, why is this enemy? Okay. She's stuck in the doorway. That's why she's standing. I was like, wait, why is that enemy standing still? We're at the final room once more with a bunch of outcasts.
How many med packs?
High-risk target approaching.
Those two was trying to get up there, I think. But yeah, we can't go up there, sadly. It's very dangerous. What I'm doing here is standing this close to the balcony, because you might be landed upon by a rusher, like that guy. Although it could be that guy, which are a little bit more dangerous. But yeah, in here at least they can't directly jump on top of me, but yeah, they can land way too close for comfort. I'll just actually push out and go over here. It's gonna be funny if I don't get that glove even after another set of 30 floors, because yesterday I did a big set of 30 floors, and I'll leave the chest open to be opened by somebody else that still needs the commendation, because I already have that one. Yeah, that's not worth it. Let's head up to floor 80, where we'll have 2 more bosses. Toasty only needs 124 more of those 3-floor crates for his commendation. Which, yeah, that one takes forever, I feel. It took me forever as well. But I did get it, of course, eventually, because I play a lot of Summit, a lot solo as well, quite often. As I quite like it, especially solo. I'll put a video on. It's basically like brain dead mode. It's just once in a while you need to pay attention to some of the objectives. Like if there's a killer jammer, you kind of want to pay attention. But for most of the rooms, you are just clearing it out. And if you die, it's fine. You just get reset a few floors at most. And I'll just pulse everybody already. And start our murdering, and yeah, Toasty got set up on the other end. But yeah, I'm fully charged up tech tank, so I can actually take a beating. So there's something behind me. I'll take care of that in a second after I kill this boss.
AIA over here.
Agent down.
And then I'll go help over there. So they're getting overran a little bit there, but I can help with that. One of those guys will get up. So that guy back there has gotten back up. Kind of don't want to go chase, because they'll spawn from here in a second, and I want to be close to here, of course.
High-risk hostile.
Like there's kind of the annoying moments of Pingbreaker, like at that mid ranges, I was aiming high, but I didn't get a headshot. Like with an M4 or with an Elmo even, or with a FAMAS even, I would feel pretty confident in getting that headshot, but not with the Pingbreaker. Let's make sure she doesn't get back up either. Oh yeah, if she was gonna get back up, she would have gotten back up by then. Because if they're too close into geometry, they like if they're inside of a wall, kind of, they don't get the chance to pop back up. Getting 2 times with target and 2 times again. Yeah, stuff like Cabaret and Big Show and stuff like that will drop way too often because yeah, they're incorrectly tagged. They're not tagged as named items for the purposes of the loot pools, so they drop quite a lot. Annoyingly. Well, I mean, annoyingly, because they're not very good items. For good items, it would be preferred that they were that way. You would get a lot more of them. So just gonna deconstruct all that, grab some ammo on the way up. And yeah, let's at least if everybody's still interested, let's keep this train going. I need how many more? Another 13, which will put us at 93 once I'm done. But you guys want to or still need more floors, we can take it all the way to 100 and then end our summiting on floor 100. Well, after floor 100, basically. As we get some roguies. And this room is nice and compact, so they can't actually do much against us. I'm gonna stay PFE, or I'm gonna stay Tech Tank. I'm not gonna swap to PFE because it's, yeah. For you guys, whatever you want to run. Oh, you've swapped to being 100% disruptor. But, I mean, rogues can have jammers, but these aren't hunters. You will not guaranteed be jammed, basically. One of them might have a jammer as a skill, and they might use it, but it's not a common thing to have. Yeah, if you guys are ready, I'll go trigger them. But also, yeah, don't push in too far. Let them come to us a little bit. Basically, once there's a straggler, then we'll go grab them. Because yeah, getting shot by 5 is something that like not much can deal with. As also, yeah, there's this this thing. Maybe fall back out of that room. It's not really holdable there. Let them come to us. Because yeah, we're basically outmatched there by 5 of them shooting at us. Turn down. Oh, I can't break free because I'm disoriented. Yeah, just let them come to us. They'll come here, and then we'll destroy them.
Hostile explosive trap detected.
That's it. One is weakened. That's the... Yeah, let's start pushing into them. With 2 of them down, we can quite easily deal with the rest of them. Although I say that, but then my shield got destroyed by that grenade almost. But it didn't, so it still survived. I'm gonna chase this guy, not let him heal back up. And last one. There we go.
Rogue agent eliminated.
just out of curiosity as well. Yeah. Striker and striker, right? Yeah. Because I did feel like we had a lot of good damage there, which we did still. Because that's the downside of going too many PFEs, is that they are weaker builds, damage-wise. So there, I took basically a little bit of the attention. But that also meant that we couldn't go in hard at the start of it, which a PFE can do. The PFE can push into them right away and just start dealing with them. Although, of course, the skills and stuff kind of get in the way sometimes. But yeah, it's not hard to deal with some rogues.
Rogue hive detected.
If that question is aimed towards me, Salty, I'm looking for crit damage gloves. Because I did notice that Salty Spoon did have his targeted set to to future initiative as well. The brand I'm after, of course.
Terminal infiltrated. Boost online.
The one danger here is as well with this room is they can spawn in behind us. They have two spawns basically behind my position. One directly behind me, one a little bit like across the corner behind me. And yeah, that can end well. And with end well, I mean very poorly. Because I have a door back there and a door back there. I'll be periodically turning around and
Terminal detected.
you know what? I'll go for the quick kill on this heavy.
Terminal infiltrated.
Yeah, just breaking that.
Boost online.
Going behind him. Actually, didn't get it. Yeah, I'm gonna go straight to that hole, and then once he's on the floor, I'll just break his helmet like this, and then just. Get crit damage knee pads as well. Oh. Is that... Ah! Yeah, thank you. Oh, you already said actually that I got on them. I missed that one. But yeah, thank you very much, Salty, for helping with that. As yeah, that piece is... let me make sure I favorite it. And then, indeed, that frees me up from finally being on that targeted for that long as I was. I'll move it over to being Yuzina and attempting to maybe get some closers and setups. But yeah, very much appreciate it for for helping with getting it there. It's one of those pieces that you know you'll get eventually, but eventually feels a while away when you like... Because also it's basically a simple piece. It's not like a closer. So I'll hit it now. As most of it spawned on the other end. I see two elite rushers. Those guys I want especially. As even on these mid ranges, the ACS is gonna stack up a lot faster than the thingy does. Also, yeah. Me being a tech tank, I eat up those charges way too much. As yes, Salt is going for the last one. Also, in general, Muddy, feel free to put it more underneath, like the hive underneath the two strikers that are with us.
An agent needs
I'll go get Muddy back up. Because I have my own healing quite strongly against that. Especially Toasty and Salty can benefit a lot more from this. From the healing. Because also in general, like me getting shot in my shield will eat up charges, but that's actually useless for the hive to heal me at that point because I'll be getting healed by the artificer in between. anyway. Or well, the shield. Don't want to push past that door for that exact reason. But yeah, one thing I should do more often. I've been playing too much Striker lately, so I've forgotten how to stack and how to continuously keep my stacks up, basically. Because especially with Heartbreaker, you kind of need to do it with. Ouch.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
And yeah, the Heartbreaker, well, all of the tech tanks have just enough regen to survive the fire of that rusher once they're fully charged, once they have the full 3% regen going. Because they're basically like, I was on fire of that very strong fire as well from the rushers, but then I was basically just regenning as fast as it was trying to kill me. Although of course that initial hit took me all the way to health gate. There's a 19 floors down. For the project. And this character is actually my final project. At least on this account, it's the fourth one. So I've done all my summits this week.
Active terminal detected.
I'll go get the back one. So we don't have any spawns yet, but yeah, likely a elite rusher will spawn the second I hit this button. So I'm gonna look back and just hit it, and Toasty's likely gonna hit it at the same time. Oh, actually, we've ascended the floor, so we're no longer fighting those guys, of course. So I'm kind of putting myself here, so they all went that way. And then I'll take cover here. I'll wait out my artificer, and then I have a shield again. One of these guys didn't pop. There he goes. And yeah, there we did basically in one wave. So that's basically the fastest you can do that setup. As Dio as well. There. Thanks you, Spoon, for giving him a gifted sub. I'm gonna guess, at least. That's why it's thanking you. But actually, yeah, I can actually see that they're a sub, of course. So, yeah. One of your generosity. As I say, it's always appreciated that people are willing to spend their hard-earned money on my dumb ass. But yeah, I always appreciate the vote of confidence. That's basically what I always see it as people going like, basically putting forward a vote of confidence towards what I'm doing, which is always, of course, a very good feeling. Always feels good to like have some validation, basically. How much did they nerf the rogue agents recently? Not at all. The rogues haven't been changed much. One issue that exists and existed for a while was that the open world and the ones coming to CPs were scaling to normal. So they were normal scaled enemies, basically, making them quite easy, of course. Ooh, that's a good-looking carbine 7. I might actually, well, unless somebody in the group wants it, because yeah, that one is pretty costly still to optimize. If it was like cheaper, I would definitely share. But if anybody needs a carbine 7, I do have one, but I also might be hanging onto it for myself for that Umbra build. But yeah, this one basically. But yeah, basically everybody's good on them. I'll hang on to it myself. But to finish off that story, so they fixed the open world ones. Those are now scaling back to being heroic. And the ones especially in the missions and stuff, they always were scaling correctly still. But the ones responding to CPs are still normal scaled, whatever difficulty you're on. Tsunami for or expertise, most likely indeed, as I say. Or well, proficiency, I should say. Skill damage, explosive resistance, setup. Yeah, that one's sadly not in a... That setup is not in a setup that is useful. But yeah, can be useful for proficiency and stuff indeed. So, hydrate a little. But yeah, rogues were never really like hard, especially if you like, kind of know how to deal with them. PFE, of course, is the famous way of dealing with them. But they can just catch you out. Like even if you have PFE on or like the stack tank or something like that. What can still happen is just a sniper turret that is just in a horrible position or something that you can't deal with. Or an oxy out of nowhere can ruin your day, especially solo. But yeah, especially in groups and stuff, it's having a few good damage dealers, maybe having something like a PFE or a tech tank that can kind of take their attention. Can be handy. But even solo, for instance, just running a turret drone build without glass, kind of deal with them even just slowly. That's it. We have a chest back here. And a key cabinet. You have the nerf to HP recently, I guess not, but that's a bit easier. Well, it's mostly like, well, it's mostly that that they weren't scaling for a while, but that wasn't an intentional thing at all or anything. So it wasn't meant to be that way. But yeah, there's no changes to that. There was a recent change to the Nemesis for solo, and that was just a tiny change. Like it is a little bit noticeable. More builds that in the past, like if you didn't get good talents, you would struggle a bit more than you do now. But that change wasn't like big. But yeah, the rogues, especially for instance, yeah, the CP rogues are still scaling incorrectly, meaning that they're a little bit too easy that way. But yeah, that'll likely get fixed. There's a crate in a room next to us in a second that we can go get. Pushing too far. Actually, let's go get that before we push up. Because the last guy ran upstairs. I always forget actually that this room is like this. Because there's a room kind of identical like this one where there's a resource in the back corner that I went towards.
You're going down for good.
Yeah. It was a little bit closer than I expected. It's here, so let us move in. As we're reaching higher floors, we'll have what is happening now, which is that mostly elites and stuff. So I tried to swap, but the game wouldn't let me. So I need to be better about stacking up with the ACS first, and dogs are great for it. So now I'm fully stacked up on Heartbreaker. That helps my damage by a lot. 5.1 million on a headshot, which of course is that's just this event. Like that's not what this build is. But yeah, it's funky to see like numbers like that coming out of a build that like usually at most hits a million, like a million, 100. I would venture to guess with headshots on health. Which is pretty like low, especially if you compare it to like strikers with a Kingbreaker or something, like just a full red build. As let me clean up that guy. And yeah, we have one crate upstairs. So this room always quite often gets skipped because it's not in people's ways, so sometimes people just don't come up here. Jump back down here. And then yeah, there is that door, but that door is very empty. As we have the key as well. Toasty is ahead of me, so I'll let him get it.
Hostage situation nearby.
So that ball study dropped. I'm gonna go across just to be in here. Just gonna stack up a little bit on him, a little bit on her. I'm gonna set up here. Just killing whatever comes out of here. That dog is annoying, but yeah, I'm gonna get disrupted here and lose my shield. Might actually leave him alive for a little bit. Because I can take a few shots of him, but then I'll get some distance before killing him. So I should be like safe if I'm here on this shot. I should kill him by shooting the leg. I'm eating all of the healing charges because yeah, I am in range of that thing. I'm gonna actually get out of the range of that thing so I don't eat up all of the charges because yeah, I'm gonna do that otherwise. But yeah, the shield will heal from the Artificer. And those are much better wasted on my allies. I will kill that mini tank just to have it killed. But yeah, one of the things I usually do as a, I don't know, as says, I don't know how you remember all these rooms. I don't kind of remember all of them, especially the sequence in order, but like these layouts are all the same. So basically this 3-floor section is all the same. I don't remember like which room follows up which one, but especially which rooms are the last ones and stuff. They're quite unique in that way. And especially, yeah, like for instance, this one, after this one, we'll climb up, go up that left door up there, and then there's a key room or a room with a chest afterwards and stuff like that. Yeah, once you do them enough. Also, I've a decent, while my memory for names and abstract things and such is quite bad. My memory for visual things that I've seen basically is pretty good. As I very much as well, like, I'm that person at work of like, hey, do you remember where this one tool is? And it's just like I can kind of guide them through it to it from the phone just by like visual memory. Which yeah is is one of those traits. Although, of course, on the other hand, I have horrendous memory when it comes to names, when it comes to dates and stuff as well. I can't remember like any of the dates and stuff, or when stuff happened and stuff. Oh yeah, no problems. Muddy has to leave us. But yeah, indeed, GG's, and thanks for the help, and hope you enjoyed your time. And yeah, actually, I was about to say we're about to hit the last room, because yeah, this is next up is the last room of this section. So you might as well benefit from that one before you leave. Because yeah, usually the best places to dip out is at the end of a 3-floor section, at the very least, just so you have benefited. Toasty is once again testing his hive. Although, of course, I'm testing my hive consistently, although my hive, of course, is especially as well as not a revive kind, it is a healing kind, although for skills. I'm gonna go set up on this end, just in case something spawns on this end, although nothing did. As the other two are over there. Because I don't want to push all the way over there, because yeah, they'll spawn all around us. Oh, what? I was inside of those servers. Does this reset cost me my memento stacks? Luckily it doesn't, but it does reset me all the way back there. That was interesting. Actually, I want to see if I can replicate that. Because yeah, I basically jumped inside of the servers there. And the game, when it doesn't, when you aren't in a play space that is an actual play space, what it tries to do to you is yeah, just reset you. I'm curious to see if I can replicate that. I was on top of this one, I feel. Oh, likely I jumped down in between these ones. Let me see if I can kind of... There's, yeah, there's like breakages here. Oh, yep. That's replicatable. So yeah, there's a gap in between there where you can vault down, basically, accidentally. Although there, of course, that actually helped out.
Has gone offline.
As Muddy leaves us. Although just as a recommendation for in the future, it's best to actually leave group first, because otherwise, or well, actually as well, you left a little bit too early, because yeah, you could have gotten the chest at the end here. Also, yeah, if you just quit game, basically you force people to just have to vote to remove you, which is a hassle. So it's usually better to just log out, which will remove you from the group.
Agent has reconnected.
Or leave group and then quit. As yeah, that is just to give people that group like just the courtesy usually. Because yeah, if you're playing groups a lot, you will eventually hear that usually. As yeah, we move on to 87, which is of course my favorite floor to run, because it is 87, which is also the number after my name. Also, if anybody else is interested in joining us, feel free to say so, and we'll get you in. If you have me on the list, feel free to just join on me. Otherwise, let me know your name in chat, and I'll / invite you in. Of course, on PC. We sadly have no crossplay on Division. Just start the murdering, and yeah, if nobody wants in, then I'll open it up just to random matchmaking a little bit, just scaling up. So jammer there.
Accessing server. Field terminals detected nearby. System
Three
malfunctioning.
salties in this one. I'll go get one forward.
System.
Don't have my shield here. I'll just have to
System curtailed.
play it as a red build. Three salties in this one. I'll start moving for the other one.
System reactivated. System malfunctioning.
Oh, we didn't get the first one.
An agent needs assistance. System forward.
Gonna heal back up.
Curtailed. Serious trauma.
As yeah, we need to get this jammer down. That will
System reactivated.
increase our effectiveness, at least mine, by quite a lot. So I'm just gonna make sure that it gets destroyed.
System restored. System malfunctioning. System reactivated.
Oh,
Terminal controlled. Agent down.
I actually still need to destroy it, but I can't.
System back online.
Yeah, we should have stayed in the circles. Better. Because yeah, we got destroyed by the hives not triggering and me not having a shield. Because in Summit, it is usually preferable to get the objective done. In missions, it's usually you don't want to get the objectives done as quick as possible, because usually it's better to not have that be something that you do quickly, because it usually triggers the next waves and stuff. But in Summit, yeah, you don't want to get those. Especially jammers are very dangerous. Okay, I'm no longer charged, so I shouldn't be doing what I'm doing. I'm gonna grab that momentum and just get out of there. Because I can't stand in front of that many enemies. I can stand in front of a few, but not that many. Uncharged, at least. And also here, I'll open it up. We'll just get some random fort.
Accessing server. Field terminals detected nearby.
And we have laptops again, but without the jammer, making them a lot easier. Need to clear out this part a little bit. Get this. Go on the other side as well. Clear that last one.
Terminal controlled.
So we get a fort. Like, which one is glowing? It is down. Need to get my Mentos back up. So I will actually go out of my way to loot all of them. And I'm mostly charged as well already, so. Curious what my ally is. I'm going with 1% or that using a piece is very weird in there, especially having the backpack as well with all red. You're much better off with Wicked at that point. But yeah, he'll be at the very least he'll be providing us with some ongoing bullets That's basically all he'll be. Well, not all he'll be doing. He can deal decent damage. It's like a B class, well, not C class red build. Although it was a little bit too aggressive, because him being that far in is not where he should be with a red build. We'll go cover as he's getting got. But actually, he got picked up by out of combat. As yeah, with these Usina pieces, I'm not interested in anything except the named ones. So easier to deconstruct them. Somebody really disliked one of those blow-upables. We don't have an objective in this room, so that's nice and handy. Because this room as well can sometimes have an objective in it that like are annoying, because sometimes have to go way out of position to kind of do the objectives. There's a heavy back there. Trying to aim and like just get a pulse on it, because yeah, if it's pulsed, I can kind of see it still. That wasn't a headshot kill, but I'm just gonna work on this guy for a second. I'm still disoriented. And on we go.
Terminal in hostile control.
As he ran into a random patrol. Which also aggroed the next room. Which is hacked warhounds. Let's just see where that last server is. It's over there. And then I'll double back for these ones. Oh, it's over there. I'm going to die here. Unless I... Wait, where's the last one then? Damn. I need to mark them. Because the door is marked, which is super annoying. I'm gonna shoot the thing, hoping for a red line. There it goes. I got next to the other one. Oh, we got that one. Because yeah, when you shoot the warhounds, you do get a red line towards where the server is. Which is the thing I was hoping for there. As our ally gets a Elmo. Although not his first one, because he didn't get the mods with it. Which is usually what will happen when you get the first one. And he got the key as well, so that's good. And he's in go mode, which if he does that to an annoying room, we will likely end our relationship with him. Yes, yeah, it's much better to wait for your allies and move in as a pack. But also, we're pretty fast moving already, so it's not too bad. He won't like get too far away from us.
Incoming. High risk.
Well, as I saw there, I'm almost done with cleaners. We have a bunch of stuff behind us as well. I'm just gonna break off and go deal with them. Play it safe. One wipe was enough. What? As that gal was very much breakdancing. As both my allies are testing their highs for a second, so I'll cover them while they are. And that guy should crawl instead of just holding. 'Cause that's not a great position. You're next to a spawn. Like, that door is a spawn. As we get a repair skill hazard protect setup, which I'll share here at the end. That was the final room of this section as well. I'll share it behind here just so Salty gets first crack at it if he wants to have it. Although yeah, likely that guy will just grab it. And there was another setup. What was that one? Repair skill health. That one's less useful. It doesn't help to like tell them. They either know or they don't, and usually going by their clothing and stuff as well. They let's not let's if they misbehave more, but let's not be too big of dicks to people, even if they are. But let's give them a chance to. We have now told them to wait for team, and then they don't. We'll kick them after. Where's it? Here, for instance, they are waiting for team. So, although they waited for 3 people, and also if they want to rush it solo, because I'm actually gonna let them. We have their okay. Nah, he's falling back. He didn't push in as far as he did last time. But yeah, usually what I do to people like that is just let them die. I extended. I got sniped on the side. My shield is still okay. Oh, actually, I should got that. I'm dead. I need to get out of here so that at least if I go down... Oh, I need to go and heal, especially. But also that if I go down, I'm in a gettable position. I'll use this pillar. And the reason I was like, I'm likely dead is that I had my back against that other spawn, of course. Look at this item. Take the long way around, basically. Don't know what expectation that guy had of that fight going any differently than it did, because that was the only outcome. As he thought he was invincible with his with his drone and his shield. He doesn't have. He has 1 blue core. I didn't check if he was technician as well, but if like that's like 2. that doesn't save you against the named. So here we'll have 3 names on 490. I kind of want to set up here. I kind of want to shoot at these guys, but also I need this mini tank gone because it'll destroy me if I don't. There is one drone controller all the way in the back. Don't know if it's a respawn or if it's but yeah, we need to go take care of her because yeah, she'll keep sending in drones, and it already cost me my field once. Let's not make it twice.
High-risk target detected.
Can't see anything.
Agent needs assistance.
No revivers, no. As I'm starting to see a pattern with our friend. And yeah, if he keeps that up, we will actually initiate an end of contract. Success is on human deploy. Yeah, that is. But that would also make that a little bit too good. But at least, yeah, with that deployable, you need to be in range of it, kind of making it a little bit more like conditional. Let's see, we'll keep the string going.
An agent has left your group.
There we go. That problem solved itself. As I mute there, because otherwise that would be super loud opening a can. Matchmaking ended. Oh, well. It was matchmade for countdown out of habit. Also, one of the reasons I didn't want to accept that kick is that we were at the boss floor, so that's kind of a dick move to do. Someone to kick them just before a boss floor.
Striker drone detected.
Also, yeah, they were not very helpful, but that's like we are in weekend and it is weekend matchmaking, so my expectations are set up to that level basically. Because yeah, we can get much worse than that.
Hostage.
At least with that ongoing build, he was like a decent enough build, providing us a buff. So it's at least like something. Even if it was set up with the backpack, which is like the most horrible thing you can do to an ongoing build is to set it up with the backpack. You basically, at that point, give up the build's damage completely. But yeah, bleed is just a very weak status effect. So trying to maximize for that status effect is just like doesn't really work out. You can kind of go status effect with ongoing, but you do it for getting a vial take up. But also that's not very good either. Like several people on the ongoing build showcase as well like went into but the best way is to put it with status effect, and of course I've tried it with the status effect version. It's just a bad Eclipse basically.
System.
At that point, like an Eclipse can do so much more than that build ever could with status effect.
System reactivated.
Whereas with damage, setting it up with damage kind of works. Setting it up as a red build, basically. There's some resources back here. And then a chest up here, and a chest back there. Chest here, chest there, chest everywhere. Where? Actually, no, this is resources, and then that's the chest. As I was just briefly looking at that ongoing, or that 511 piece, going like, is this maybe useful for Tosi? But yeah, no. It was wicked with one status effect. Well, that's not working. Well, let's salty catch up for a second, which is also fine because I briefly want to check if I. So we have 8 levels so far. It's likely a heavy fight, seeing as a heavy. I saw a blind going off there. Yeah. Do we let them fight or do we engage them? Wow. We engage them. Apparently those shots didn't count. As yeah, I have quite often, and I'm gonna guess I'm not the only one. Like a lot of people will likely have done that at some point. Is when you have those heavy fights, I have sat there and just let 2 heavies fight it out from time to time, just to see who wins. The funny ones are always the when you get the actually yeah, in exactly that guy, the underground heavy, which yeah, this says they're chainsaw guy best. But yeah, those guys of course are basically fake heavies. They take like 4 shots and then their armor breaks.
EMP jammer detected nearby.
Because we have a killer jammer, so I'm kind of looking for an angle of attack, which this seems fine. I'll wait for another jam. This room seems familiar, so let's not die here once more. I say that and then I get jammed. Right there. I should be fine. Once I get this thing down, I can get out of there. And once I can hide back here, I'll be fine. Yeah, this jammer is very annoying. There's no like good places to hide behind to get some damage out of it. More things likely spawned out of that door, but I want to go be in this corner. I like corners as tech times, but then at least my back is not like shootable. As long as front is towards enemy, everything will be fine. Toasty has found some friends. Yeah, this. As we have the key here. Meaning we get to have some loot at the end here.
Active terminal detected.
I'll go get the front one. And I'll be hitting it near. And yeah, as a tech tank, I always love those. Or well, as a heartbreaker, I love those shield guys because yeah, they're nice and easy to stack upon. As yeah, seeing as we have the key already, there's nothing else in this corridor, so you can just move up on the door. And this is the last room of this section, so. And I'm gonna follow this guy up. And be upstairs here. It's funny he didn't really spot me. That was nice. Yeah, so I'll be above here and then just hang around here. harass some stuff, and then, yeah, once these guys spawn, I'll be in range. Yeah, the only dangerous thing is yeah, that door. Because I'm putting my back against the spawn door, which I just have to watch out. Although, the nice thing is there's this pillar here, so I know kind of that if this door spawns, I put my back kind of here, and then I'm covered by this pillar to the other side. I'll get that loot first, because yeah, it isn't named. And I did get my summit completion there. So that is nice. It's got a Fox's Prayer as my bonus item. I'll get my thingy here. This loot. I don't know about you guys, if you are interested in maybe keep going till floor 100, or do you want to go do something else, or yeah, checking opinions basically, because I don't know if you guys have even more floors of it, or if you guys are on a character that still needs summits floors and stuff. Alright, Testy says he's up for finishing, which is, I guess, with doing the hunters. Okay, yeah, then let's do some hunters. While we're going up here, I'll briefly actually do a bio break, and I'll be right back. And I'll actually do an ad break as well, real quickly. But I'll be back in like 3 minutes.
Another agent is now in your group.
And on mute. There we go. Let me catch up here as well. And the secret mine is deployable. I'm pretty certain it's not. I mean, you can check it with just the buff icon as well. Pretty certain none of the seekers count as deployables. Thinking about if I have something to test it with here. Yeah, actually after the hunters I can show it off as well. As if, oh, as Muddy's back. As you will, we can check here. Because yeah, if you still have that Overwatch backpack, which you have, here I'm not getting the buff. Where the second that hive went down, I am getting not Overwatch, what is it called? Overload? Overclock. That's what I'm thinking. Oh, and yeah, indeed, congrats there, Salty. 1900, another 100 down, and getting close to that 2K, which is always, you know, the next milestone. The next big milestone. As it salty needs a minute, so that's fine. So I should go briefly check what that only tips video did in the end, which is actually not that great, but it's fine for the little work that it cost me. It not delivering that much is also not too bad. Decent looking honey badger for if somebody wants it. Now I'll share this fox as well in case somebody needs one. As Toasty might need this for alting. Let's see. We all ready? So I see movement out of everyone, so I'm gonna assume we are. Yep. Actually, yeah.
Multiple hostiles inbound.
We took so long that I did lose my memento stacks. That's fine. There's always more memento stacks. Gonna pull out of that. So one of the interesting things about that chainsaw heavy is that actually it's one of the few bleeds that will go through a shield, because yeah, normally if they like have bleeds rounds or stuff like that, that doesn't go through shields. Neither, for instance, other bleeds that get applied by hits and stuff. But his does. His goes straight to shields. Wasn't paying attention there for a second. There seems to be a fast-moving Discord discussion over there, but I'll actually, let me click that away. I'll look at it later. So we have LMGs versus LMGs. Oh well, LMGs versus turrets. Which on the turrets there is an LMG. With it. These guys have a shotgun. It's gonna use this guy to stack on. And then swap on over. Yeah, the nice thing with these, like, what they're called is archetype fights. Flamethrowers versus flamethrowers, turrets versus LMGs and stuff, is that no other wave spawns. So it's just whatever spawned at the start. Making them fast completions. So I'm gonna go say hi to this heavy. He's nice and fat and juicy to stack upon. He's full heartbreaker, meaning I do decent damage. And we're just gonna go hang over here. Be a thorn in their sides, and with thorn I mean with a weapon. with 7.62 rounds. Oh, actually, well, the Russian 7.62 rounds. 7.62R usually named as. Halfway full on the Memento. Because yeah, that's a nice thing about the Heartbreaker one as well, because it has the damage to like compete with even players that are like I'm competing here with 2 striker builds, and we're all getting buffed by a third one. That's it. Here, I'm gonna use these as well just to stack upon.
Terminal destroyed.
I'm gonna push up a little bit. Something is revived. Wait, where is this? So we got the key as well there. We're out of combat, basically. Otherwise, you don't open the key, the door that gingerly when your character is in combat. So I'll wait for everybody to make it up here, and then we'll go in.
Tech detected.
As we have SHD tech here. Yeah, this one is it's by the spawn point of theirs basically, which makes it a little bit annoying sometimes to actually get it.
Detected. Hostile sniper turret detected.
Let me see if I can shoot this thing. We won't be basically be able to capture it usually because yeah, they'll spawn and then just walk into it. And there's something shooting me
Medical assistance
in
needed.
my back. I think one of my allies got it maybe. Oh no, we did actually get... we did win that tug of war because all of us are in here. Do we leave something alive behind us? Hero Rusher. Or there may be inside of that doorway still. Check with a grenade. Oh, not. I mean, it also sounded like a rusher, so they'll usually be moving towards one of us. Is it? That would go red if it was. We don't have access to over there. It might be underneath the floor. Or actually, see. My allies swap to a pulse. Let's see actually where she is once the pulses are ready. Or oh, did you guys already pulse? Oh, okay. Oh no, it does show. It very much actually does show. Because she's underneath us on the plane where this flooring starts. Which sucks for us because we'll have to just... because yeah, she will not despawn. But I don't believe she's in an earlier room. I believe she's actually underneath the floor. But if you guys go check, maybe I'll stay here just in case one more wave spawns and hold it. No, let's just we'll have to take the hit and just I will take us to lobby and because yeah, there's no good way of fixing that. Because yeah, she basically traveled through the floor because yeah, she wasn't underneath us on a floor underneath us. She was on basically outside of the playable space. There's also, yeah, something like Eclipse, well, maybe with a Val and a Jammer Pulse would have reached her, but also, you can just take it this way. We'll get some more floors out of
Really
it.
competitive, aren't you? Think you can clear that
I'll
skyscraper
briefly
faster if you
check
did it again?
if I
You might
have
be a
any
mess,
items
kid.
here, which
I
I
like
don't.
that about you.
And if people need a minute to, like, proficiency stuff and stuff, feel free to do that now. But everybody seems ready. Let's head on up.
Rogue agent detected.
The game is making it up to us there. I'll go PFE unless somebody else wants to be PFE because yeah, I'm not charged up now, so that means actually I'm gonna load that negotiator just to get that mod back because yeah, I did steal a mod from it, of course, earlier. And yeah, her PFE is the Rageway one. As my allies are still strikers, so that's yeah. I'll be the interference. Muddy can help with some healing, and Salty and Toasty will be the damage dealers. As especially in this one, we can kind of hold back here, and then I'll push into them once they have a few of their skills out.
Airburst seeker mine detected.
I'll just spread out.
Airburst seeker mine detected.
Just want one of these guys to kind of separate,
Detected.
which that one on the right kind of has.
Fly detected.
And I'll go annoy them and yeah, watch your other side as well because yeah, there's two over there as well. Oh, there's a turret coming in. I'm gonna go over to this ally enemy then just push them out because he was about to flank. I'll push this one out.
An agent needs assistance. Agent incapacitated. Rogue shock trap detected.
The turret somewhere. Not seeing it fire.
Trap detected.
I'm gonna push her out. I'm blind. Both in real life and in the game. I didn't see what's Salty over there. Yeah, I'll push this one out. Just in line of sight of my allies. That guy's coming in. Oh, there. It's behind us.
I don't. Did it?
And yeah, one thing to do is try to like,
Rogue agent eliminated.
if there is a PFE, try to stay further away than the PFE towards the enemy, towards the rogue, basically. Because yeah, proximity is one of the big factors that aggro is reliant upon. Also, that guy was the last one, but just as a to give that general tip out. Because yeah, a lot of people go like, "Oh, that guy is like face tanking them. I can as well." But yeah, that's usually not the case. So my hive's on cooldown for a little bit, so I'll be running something with hive for a little bit. Which will be just negotiator. Right. Anyway, but coyote, and I'll be swapping back to heartbreaker tech tank once once I have a hive again. Yeah, if everybody's oh. Is salty crash out, or is that just okay? Oh, that looked weird. Because yeah, you were running in place, which is sometimes an indication of a crash, and sometimes an indication of just lag. Back to tech tanking I go. Up my shield. Like, wait, did I look over a patrol or something? But that didn't seem to be the case. Yeah. Seem at the ready. Oh, we're missing one person actually. But we're already engaged here, so let's actually fight these. I still didn't hit the head at any point, apparently, there.
They got one of us.
There, I eat a ton of the charges of a hive. Field often does that. Well, people as well often do that. It's a bug that they introduced ages ago and they never fixed. So. And at this point, it's basically part of the expectation with healing hive. Didn't get a headshot kill there. Let's actually make it a headshot. I'm not charged up at all. Let's actually fix that. Oh, I thought we were done, but we weren't. Grab all the mementos I can, so go run and get that one as well. Oh, as Toasty's gone full Regulus. And yeah, often quite useful to go full Regulus.
Terminal in hostile control.
I'll start working on these. using them to stack as well. Well, actually, let me just break them. Oh, kill them a little bit faster.
Destroyed.
There we go. I see my allies going key checking, so I'll leave that to them. We shall go check that back corner here. Because the key can also be in here sometimes. Which it isn't this time, so we can just go upstairs. So I didn't actually even notice, but we went actually back down to the lobby and came back up, and we got the same 3-floor section actually. So that's
EMP jammer detected.
this time with a killer jammer, and that killer jammer is in that same annoying spot. Although a killer jammer is a little bit annoying to deal with here. Stack up a lot. Hoping that not much is on my right side. And I'm hoping to make it into here. I'll just wait for that jam to happen. Yeah. Actually, we'll kill the jammer just so I can fall back.
Needed.
Oh, Is it that guy? Was it that guy the whole time? I feel I was getting shot in the back. Might have just been that guy the whole time. It was that guy though. Especially shotguns are kind of hard to see where they're coming from. Because there's multiple stuff heading towards you, and then you just get hit by them, but then you see like in the corner of your eye a shot going behind you, but then that's just the movement of it. As we have the key there. I'm actually gonna cross over to this side and just be in the middle here. So 4 million there. That's the new high. Likely was the F5 buff as well on top of the other stuff. As I said, this time we do get completion of floor 96, letting us move on up. As Thirsty there says, he hit 146 million with attack 50, which yeah. Attack 50 and Nemesis can go really high with this event. Hazard protect and repair skill closer, which Well, that was even without opportunistic on that enemy, which can take it up a lot as well. Yeah, I think likely with stacking a lot of buffs towards it and Achilles on top of it, for instance, you could likely with a nemesis on tip of the spear, maybe with everything combined, maybe hit the 1 billion cap, which usually requires a lot more than just 4 people. Well, no, like I'm thinking with that,
Hostile drone detected.
with Red Patriot buff, with ongoing directive bullets, Achilles on top of it, opportunistic from somewhere, 7 rounds of Scorpio on the enemy, Sledgehammer, all of that combined. But yeah, there are of course many raid pictures of the 1 billion cap happening with especially Lieutenant Gray seems to be popular for it. Because yeah, there is a hard cap to damage, and that is at 1 billion per shot. Or at least that's what the display shows. It might not be that that is the actual cap, but also no enemy in the game has 1 billion health, basically, or well, health and armor combined. So it's also a moot point. So yeah, it's also untestable to see if it's only the display that, the damage display that, well, like damage numbers in chat and damage display is only 1 billion, or if it's actually more than that. As we're heading up to floor 100, where we'll be having to deal with some hunters, which will respawn if we don't headshot kill them. So kind of need to headshot kill them, or double kill them. I mean, if they get back up. Yeah, usually we're just gonna wait for them to come into the room and then deal with them that way.
EMP jammer detected nearby.
So as a killer jammer, there's likely then 2 of them. Here I'll just blind fire so that my head doesn't go above. There's a second one. So wait for a little bit of killing to have happened there. And I'll go set up for the second one as well.
An agent needing assistance. System malfunctioning.
There, I just took that hit. Yes, I did. Although actually, that was maybe not smart, so I'll heal back up. More than her, I want that jammer dead, and then.
EMP jammer destroyed.
Because yeah, if I were to, for instance, die in that circle or something, that jammer would like, spin back up if there's no active player in there. $167 on a red with opportunistic with a tag 50, I'm guessing there. And yeah, you get really silly numbers with this event. Yes, this is gonna give Achilles a try, but also, yeah, you need Achilles to land on head, which is not a given. Especially like on a 0 tier one. Because, yeah, usually, like, what gets done for Lieutenant Gray is that you receive a supercharge from someone else. Usually the FI.
Hostile drone detected.
And then the supercharged Achilles will mark all parts of an enemy. So. Yeah. Yeah, I have a build question. I've been thinking of putting together a level 30-31 build for solo running one. Would you have any level 30-31 build recommendations? So making a level 31 can kind of work. You can carry it all the way up to like level 36-37 before you kind of get
Hostage.
especially your armor and health, because like you're not scaling those up, is a little bit behind. But what I've seen work really well, I don't do it myself. I kind of enjoy, well, usually as well, I dual box to do 1v runs. So I just use my main account. So the account that is being boosted isn't actually doing anything really at all. They're just being like fast travel from position to position. But one thing I've seen work well, because it's available at level 30 as well, is ongoing directive together with especially turret and drone. Because yeah, one of the things that kind of works well on those levels is that turret and drone are actually pretty strong, because you can both have your expertise carry over. So you have them expertise, for instance, like I have to 20. Those carry over, so you already have the skill damage from those, even if you just run a red. And the thing with ongoing is it's providing buffs to both the turret and drone and the weapon. But otherwise, well, stuff like just having a high-end red, that kind of works, or an negotiator set kind of works as well. But yeah, it's kind of depends on kind of what you enjoy playing. It's one of those positions that does aggro the next room. There'll be but it's also the final room of this section, so. But yeah, one recommendation I can make is if you're, it kind of depends on if you're using Hall for backups and stuff. If you are, or if you're getting carried fully, kind of. I mean, if you're getting carried fully, like the build doesn't matter at that point, but if you just want to stay effective as well. If you do have a level 40 in the group, a memento works. And memento is available at level 30. But if you don't have somebody providing you group scaling, the memento actually stops working from level 31 to level 39. You will not get any kill confirmed drops, which is a quirk of it. Because yeah, it's not supposed to exist in those levels, kind of. They forgot to. Only but at level 30 it does work. But yeah, of course, when you start one, you basically instantly become level 31. Like the first few kills will get you to 31. So, but yeah, there's a lot of people. Oh, and of course Regulus, like just a Regulus build. You don't have access to Hunter's Fury, but you do have access to Dark City Holster and just Aroldi and Providence. So you can make a headshot build basically out of those. With the Regulus, you can either downgrade a Regulus to level 30 or I mean, the raids are available at level 30 as well, though not many people are doing them at level 30 anymore. Oh, we still have secure the area active? Oh, okay. Let's see if it's the head. No. It was the weak point. But yeah, Regulus build, of course, like does what a Regulus build does, especially on normal, where it just pops off, like can kill the entire wave right away. But yeah, a lot of people swear by different builds. I myself, when I actually do those runs, if I'm doing like not doing it with my main account carrying my alt account, I usually enjoy actually going and just trying to put the best build together from the pieces I get. So I very much do it the other way, but then that's kind of let me get, because I saw how can you get a Revelus. So first off, the both of the raids are available at level 30, so you can get one just regularly. But also you can use any of the those reconfigure blueprints. A lot of them are available at level 30 as well, and any exotic of level 40 can be reconfigured to be a level 30 exotic. So for instance, as well, Capacitor is not supposed to be available at level 30, but if you have a level 40 character and you have blueprints shared, you will have the level 40 blueprints for reconfiguration that will be shared to your level 30. And then that way you can downgrade a level 40 capacitor to level 30 to have it there. But that's, for instance, isn't available to people that are like at level 30 because they don't have the expansion, because they wouldn't have the level 40 character to get the capacitor with. So yeah, there's a lot of quirks like that, especially at level 30. If you do it at World Tier 5, they will be around gear score 500. So the reconfiguration is completely random, of course, but usually it's between 495 to 505 is what they will reconfigure to. Can we go to the... Oh, yeah, sorry. I had the chat scrolled up a little bit. Yeah, we're going to the lobby real quick. As those requested that, and feel free to do proficiency stuff if needed. Show the... Hardware is Antarctic works good as well. I personally do high-end realistic. Yeah, as a testing. Actually, a hardwired as well would work decently well indeed. So yeah, if we're going hardwired, because a hardwired as an explosive build, but that's not going to work against most of the stuff, like the bosses and names and stuff. It's annoying. But then yeah, then ongoing, if you're doing it with turret and drone, then ongoing is gonna outcompete it, even as a red. But yeah, indeed, like the high-end Regulus Headhunter is because I'm trying to think, like only Walker and Harris isn't available because you can do 2 pieces of Providence basically. Oh, actually, is Contractors and Fox's Prayer is available, so you can put those 2 in. So what you wouldn't have is Chainkiller, because Chainkiller is of course Walker and Harris, and Walker and Harris isn't available at 30. So you would just have to put normal Headhunter on something. Providence seems like an easy choice. Maybe just 3 pieces in Providence, I would say. And Dodge City Holster is available, so Dodge City Holster is
Really
obvious one filler for that one as well.
Skyscraper faster if you do it again. You might be a mess.
Guessing everybody's ready.
I like that about you.
We'll head in here. I'll be the stick tank for the first for that first fight. Actually, no. I'll once we're upstairs, I'll swap to because I will likely have lost my memento buff here, which I have. I'll go eclipse, and I'll eclipse them all into that doorway. And then for the fight itself, I'll swap over to being a glass rod. So they're pissed off at us already. That's not the shotgun I expected to have pulled out. As I'm gonna go down here most likely. Oh no. They've got a hive. There's a heavy. Getting ready for that door. Heavy in there as well. Don't have crossbow bolts yet. What I'll actually do, I'll walk away and blow up that gas canister because that's otherwise gonna... If that gets shot by the enemies, that would have killed my allies very easily. We're gonna have a look that we don't have any stragglers out there anymore. We don't. And follow that up with another chem. I think that respawns will be inside of that cloud and will get completely destroyed by it. As yeah, I will need like another 20 seconds before my hive is fully charged up, letting me swap over into being... So actually her glass is a pesty glass, which is not a thing against hunters. But I will load it up. And I will alter it with a coyote. I will put in just whatever. Let's just grab that. That. This is like a bad version. Fox. It's like a bad way of doing a glass rat, but it's good enough. It doesn't work. And yeah, secondary Scorpio. That's the important part. As well. Tsunami and a backpack. Pull up on ammo. Let's see, everybody ready? Just briefly check what my allies are. Strikers and what was that? Striker headhunter? Interesting. Oh well, striker with popping head feature. If everybody's ready, let's get into the area here. You will get pulled if you aren't in the gather zone. I'll wait for them to get through the loading screen because yeah, otherwise they won't be. I haven't seen Toasty move in a while. Look at that, I guess. I'm just waiting for that. I'm gonna toss a foam grenade. Push in, pull back. I did foam a bunch of them, but that's more for my safety, just so we can pull out. I thought the build is complete from GIF. That's detected. Punch Shrunk and Providence as well. Oh yeah, Punch Shrunk is available, of course. Yeah. Punch Shrunk is a good choice.
System restored.
And yeah, then Providence indeed as well. So the pulse here, just to give them all Doritos basically. As oh, If you get stickied, run away from the group, and then that's gonna make me test my hive.
Rogue bombardier drone detected.
Oh, we're still jammed.
Hostile.
But yeah, if you get sticky, run away from the group and then roll.
System
That will
malfunctioning.
drop the sticky to the ground because yeah, there you walked it basically into it.
Agent
Which,
down.
is the
System reactivated.
yeah, get him there. Yeah,
System curtailed.
and yeah, it's sorry, I'm gonna, yeah, I can't peek here, which is annoying.
System
I'll just
restored.
revive. That guy's gonna get away. So yeah, the annoying thing is when they push in and there's no good places to shoot them from because there's like 2 snipers overwatching. Because also for the most part, it's just let them come to us.
Detected.
Oh, there's a RT turret
Hostile
behind.
artillery turret detected.
Because yeah, just let them come in. Double Scorpios. And then off with their heads.
System reactivated.
Because annoyingly, there's also a turret on the other side of this door.
Rogue defender drone detected. Hostile defender drone detected. System malfunctioning.
Wait, you're not technician, buddy? Ah, okay. Because yeah, your skills will not be prevented from being disrupted. Hazard protection does not carry over to your skills. If you were technician, then actually a deployed hive would provide Faraday for everyone, which is usually the thing to do with healers for this fight. That guy really doesn't want to peek, which is annoying for us. But yeah, eventually they'll get bored of pushing to us.
System restored. Rogue Mender Seeker Mine detected. Hostile Mender Seeker Mine detected. Rogue Bombardier drone detected. Hostile Bombardier drone detected. System malfunctioning.
But also, if you are not hazard protected, what you can do is pick up your hive and then put it back down. It's actually one of the ways to deal with that. Because you can deploy it right away as well. And then when you deploy a fresh one, it's not disrupted at that point.
System disrupted. System restored. Rogue defender drone detected.
We'll grab some foam here as well. Maybe we can catch one out. Oh, no pushing him.
Rogue incinerator turret detected. Hostile incinerator turret detected.
Yeah, I don't have a good shot. Nor does this thing. Alright. One left. So let's push in him. There we go. Actually, with this buff, we're dealing so high headshot damage that yeah, actually, we could foam them in place and actually burn them down pretty quickly. Which might be a
Holy
good
shit.
tactic to
You
try
did it.
for next one.
You reached the top. That's incredible. Come back to Haven, Agent.
But yeah, in the worst case, always just that, just waiting for them to come your way
I know
is
I don't have
like
the stamina
always
for that
works.
kind of
It's
ordeal.
guaranteed to work. I'm curious to see here as well. As of course, only for the last section we did basically. Actually, one thing we should do here is while we're calling them in, if everybody's there is that commendation, which I actually don't have on this account. I noticed I have it on my other account, of doing the same emote at the same time with 4 people, easiest one is to pick one that is like continuous and that everybody has. Which, oh yeah, we have surrender, of course. We could do /surrender. But yeah, we need to be all 4 doing the exact same emote at the same time, which with a continuous one is a little bit easier. But yeah, you can just type /surrender. And you too as well if you can spoon. There we go. Summit Freeze Frame Award. It's one of those silly ones that I just always have forgotten to do with this account, because I've been here quite often with people on comms as well and stuff. That should have counted for everyone as well. As yeah, and there, Toasty grabbed it. And I will as well, actually. Let me... It's been a while that on this account I've grabbed the commendation, because I don't get many anymore. There, we claim this one, and it's with the Bellstone logo.
An agent has disconnected.
As Muddy was done, but then yeah, again, it's better to leave group, because now we have to actually, well, we can't vote kick now anymore. We have to wait out the timer, because but also actually we should have initiated with vote kick first there. But yeah, once I started this timer, you can't vote kick. Well, this is it. That's okay. Just I just say it more as well, just so that others know as well, because yeah, it is a common thing that a lot of people do, but it is a common annoyance for others, and then it's better if like just gets said, because people leave it unsaid. I feel quite often, and it's easier if it's if it is actually said.
Safe area detected.
And here we'll do a vote to remove. I'm gonna pop all these caches,
An agent is no longer in your...
including an exotic one, which is with a mantis. So all of these have a bonus item in them, seems. Okay, there we go. Because yeah, when there's a bonus item in it, it takes longer, because yeah, you can't skip this animation of it just triggering that bonus item. Whereas if there isn't one in there, you can just get through it real quick. To the point that some people go out of their way to set up their characters that they don't have that perk unlocked, so that they yeah, don't have the option of getting that to happen. Up to the point that as well that they delete characters that they have already and then just basically remake their main in that way, which to me seems a little bit overkill. But then as well, of course, I on this character have not done any of the side missions, so I'm a silly goose, but then in a different way. As yeah, those are for proficiency. Actually, was anything I had named? No. As yeah, there we did a summit project, the final one of mine for this week. I still need to bring both accounts together still because I still haven't grabbed the SHDs from this week. Briefly gonna check if there's any good target that's going on. Because I don't know if you guys are interested in something specific. Feel free to say so, if so. Didn't see any Usina targeted anywhere. It's Toasty as well.
An agent has
Hopping off, which is fine. I don't know if you're still sticking around, Spoon. I'm gonna guess so. Otherwise, feel free to as well. You need to go. That's understandable. What I kind of want to do is actually first upload this. Well, over here. Let me because I have that piece now. Let me fix up this build to be the correct way, the way that I want it to be, which is with this crit damage glove. This is Cavalier. That's the color. So this crit chance one goes away. I'm gonna recalibrate this glove to be with armor here. And I'm gonna take the hit on optimizing this one. It's 2.5 once. It's fine. We farmed a lot of summits, so I do have a lot of field recon available and stuff. I've been doing a bunch of countdowns, so that's available too. And the only reason I'm doing that one basically is so it looks better when I do, but instead of this 11.8 crit damage mod, I'll put a 6 crit chance mod in there, and then the build is actually fully up on all its pieces, which is a little bit silly, but I'm a little bit silly that way. The other glove gets to leave us. And yeah, that one lands on 58,137, which is quite low, especially with Elmo in there as well. But yeah, of course, it's a buffing build, so it's fine that way. What I'll briefly do is actually, as let me check. And thanks for the runs, Toasty, and indeed, see you next time. Yeah, Spoon is hanging around for a bit. I'm gonna swap characters real briefly. I wanna mess around with that negotiator, third drone hybrid, and if you're up for maybe a mission or two, because I'm also not gonna make it super late, but another half an hour. Oh, nice. As Spoon got his a piece he was after. And yeah, it's always handy. Summit is quite handy for just farming as well. Countdown is of course better for loot, but Summit isn't bad, and you get to work towards that. I'll join on Salty actually. And yeah, maybe let's just go do some missions or stuff. Yeah, for instance, this character still needs the invasion, so we could go do those. Or if there's a... So I'm looking through the targets for the missions and stuff.
Hey.
Briefly as well, check if I'm pull up on a resource, which I am, so I'll just do that. Easy way out. So maybe otherwise, yeah. If nothing,
Black
let's
Tusk might be trying to set up a
go do at least like part of the invasion or
push them
something.
back over the Potomac.
That one always is beneficial, unless you have something specific in mind. Yeah, I want to mess around with this thing. Although actually, I want to do it. Actually, I'll run the Memento version first.
Evacuation drills will be conducted once per
Because yeah, let's maybe just go do a mission or two. And yeah, with invasion at the very least, we'll benefit from getting it named at the end of it and stuff like that. And if anybody else is interested in joining, if you have me on my list, although nobody's online from that list, feel free to hop on. And otherwise, if anybody's interested in joining us for a Potomac, maybe a federal as well, federal emergency invaded, then yeah, feel free to give me your in-game name and we can / invite you. Actually, Spoon, would you be okay giving me group lead? Because then, if somebody wants in, then we can, I can / invite them at that point.
You are now group leader.
So let's keep these 3 directors just easy mode. Let's give it a room or two. Somebody pipes in, then they.
It looks like Black Tusk is trying to set
Then
up
I can invite them, and then otherwise we'll just open it to matchmaker.
Secure the compound.
I want to run it with 4-man for most of it, just to get a feel for this building, and
Heads up, Agent.
especially with its set up as it is now with the Memento, which
neutralize any threat.
I haven't run it as a while. As here, I'm gonna put my drone on something behind there, and I'm gonna go set up here. Gonna try to keep my drone alive.
Experimental AEDs detected.
Yeah, the downside of a turret and a drone is that they'll basically body shot kill everything. So either I need to I need to clean up after myself, or or just double kill everything. But yeah, even though this global event isn't pretty like useful for it, I just want to mess around with it, get a feel for it. Should be grabbing mementos, because otherwise I will not be charging back up. And yeah, I'll open it up to matchmaking. Sorry for the making you wait, but yeah. Going around grabbing all these mementos.
Proceed to the docks and do a sweep.
Sadly, don't have many of those missile launch pads yet. Those guys are perfect targets for them. But yeah, instead I'll push up on this right side and go up on over there.
Have a target.
I'm pretty far outside of optimal, but outside's fine. It's just 2-man scaling. Too hard.
Multiple hostile patrols are moving on the docks.
Yeah, this wave is always a little bit dangerous because yeah, they're all aggro to us.
Enemy transport helicopter detected.
Chain him. Kill that box. Alright, it's a red one, so wouldn't have done much. Because yeah, the elite ones of those healing boxes are annoying because yeah, they'll provide overheals. Although Ragers is on, so a lot of things will have overheals on them anyway. But there the capacitor showing its accuracy issues, which it kind of has as well. She's getting back up. He's getting back up. Yeah, one thing I'm not doing actually is completely forgetting that, well, what I am doing, what I shouldn't be doing is I'm forgetting that I'm a negotiator. So I should actually multi-mark and just use stuff to spread some damage around. But of course, in this variant, spread damage is less important because you're running the memento instead of the backpack in this version. Or well, I have both versions available now, so that's kind of handy. Having reworked this to basically have a dual setup.
I've got enemy reinforcements inbound on your position. There's additional
I'll go
hostiles
grab these
located
shock
on the docks up
rounds
ahead.
because they can be a lifesaver sometimes.
UID signature detected.
Sounds like you found some Black Tusk equipment. Destroy it.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Just waiting for that dog to start moving
Hostiles
because
moving in on your position.
then there are a lot less accurate. As I get a big freeze. Oh. It fixed itself, which is quite rare. We gotta... As checking that my audio is still okay, it is. Had a few of those recently as well. It's... Oh, that one's getting back up. But yeah, it's impressive how long it freezes for and then like fixes itself. As the camera, of course, as well has reached the end of its battery. It's all fixed now.
Another agent has joined.
Do that. As we get another player to take up the scaling.
Vital signs critical.
I'm curious to see what they are, so I'll briefly inspect them. Glass red with bloody knuckles, which
We need to ensure that the entire
bloody knuckles is kind of an interesting
head to the
piece.
construction site on the south side of the building and look for a way inside the Potomac Center
It's one of those things like if you play it right, it can be powerful because it's 25 total weapon damage. It's not weapon damage as it says. In this build, it will be 20% basically, alongside that vigilance. Actually, what I wanted to check there is if he has it proficiency, which he had, or expertise, which he has, meaning that he has it proficient, so he's not doing it for proficiency. It's actual choice, not a he's just to. Is it? Put my turret up here. As we're creating a lot, at least when I say we're, I mean I'm creating a lot of zombies, but those are fine because they're pretty easy to clean up anyway. Just gotta remember to actually do it basically. Because yeah, for instance, a heavy that goes down like that, it's better to just shoot off their helmet while they're on the ground and just deal with them that way. Because yeah, they'll get back up.
Another agent is now in your group.
As I'll double check that actually that the audio is still fine. Because yeah, freezes like that usually do break the audio, but it seems fine. Well, crashes usually break the audio. The freezes like that I haven't noticed often before. Curious to see how that looked on the stream later on, because
Can't leave any of their equipment.
likely the load as well went very high. Because yeah, I couldn't actually tap. It didn't want to do that, meaning that likely it had like high CPU usage for that moment as well. Likely I went super choppy on the video or on my cam basically. It says I'm not doing the negotiator part of this build really well still. The boss fight here will be a good place to kind of do that. This thing to shoot. Oh, this thing to shoot. That thing's destroyed, and there's a chest back here. Oh, I'll actually hang on to that glove because I'm making an Umbra tech tank. So that one is. Something is still alive because we have secured the theater still active. Why do I have the feeling we once again have something underneath us in geometry? I'll grab a pulse. And wait for it to come off of cooldown.
What the fuck?
No threat detected. I'll just shoot these things a little bit more, and this one a little bit more. That's it. They would not run all the way out here because yeah, they can't path that way. And as I say to my teammates, it's bugged. I'm gonna reset it.
Well,
Before I do, I will grab my drone back, and then by just selecting difficulty will be reset. To mission start. We were halfway through it. We were one room before the boss fight, so kind of sucks. But yeah, sometimes that is actually. I haven't had many bugginess issues with missions recently.
It looks like
Haven't had rogues in places where they break missions
can't
often.
let them succeed.
But yeah, today we had one time in Summit and then one time now. I was trying to jump down on the other side, but the ropes really are magnetic. As our ally is FI, most likely going off their skills and their me having an FI buff.
An agent needs assistance.
The guy is right behind me, but he has a hive, so I can't.
Immediate medical assistance
So I get
needed.
sniper. I'm gonna get out of here because yeah, there's too many of us here. And go over here. Is it? Black Tusk have those grenades, which are very good against against packed together agents. It's gonna grab this memento just before so I don't time out. So I'm curious to see as well how. Yeah, 17 and 18 seconds for my skills, just from the skill efficiency from memento.
Proceed to the docks and do a sweep.
It's kind of nice. It's a lot less than the 22 seconds and 21 seconds that this build normally has. Although, of course, it comes at a cost. It comes at my weapon damage is way down. It's very noticeable how much down my weapon damage is from the the Coyote version of this build with the negotiator backpack. What? So my allies were shooting me there for some reason. Because I was getting hit, but I wasn't taking damage, and that's always very confusing. Curious to see in a second what our ally is, actually.
Hostile patrols are
I will actually take a second here. Yeah, that's not very... I mean, he'll give us an FI buff. Although, annoyingly, not the one with the chest. Because, yeah, the chest is very worth it with FI. But yeah, as well, with FI sets,
Enemy
like,
transport helicopter detected.
having a BTSU in there makes so much sense with a lot of FI sets. And that supercharge is very strong. Like, it's one of the strongest mechanics in the game, so... That group-wide overcharge that the BTSU gloves have. But of course, likely that guy doesn't have it. And also, likely he doesn't have... Like, he's 200. And build-wise, he's shown that he hasn't, like, looked at other people's build or anything. He's just trying something out on his own, which...
Agent down.
Oh, there's one thing behind us, I feel. Yeah. I'm gonna try to find a position where I can kind of shoot him without being guaranteed to die. Okay, he also doesn't know to headshot stuff when it goes to the ground, which is fine. I feel that makes a lot of difference as well. Teams that know the mechanics of this event and actually headshot enemies that they have body killed, and those that don't. So I'm trying to get my turret onto that ledge, but that's always, of course, very finicky. I'll share that with our low-level ally just for... as they enjoyed their time on the
I've got
thing.
enemy reinforcements inbound on your position. There's additional hostiles located by the loading docks up ahead.
I'll go get these once more.
Black Tusk UID signature detected.
Sounds like you found some Black Tusk equipment. Destroy it.
You've got more hostiles moving in on your position.
Alright, this time I'll make it up here. My turret up there. I'm not gonna go sit up there myself because I could go sit in that tower, but I can just shoot from here. My turret being there will just be enough of a distraction to them anyway to let my allies deal with them.
We need to ensure that the entire site is neutralized and secured.
As we get a
By
sandstorm,
the south side of the building,
Ah,
let's throw
like a
away inside the
rainstorm.
center proper.
and that's gonna completely kill, at least for outside, for this next room, the ability of my turret and drone to like actually target well, unless they're very close. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put them very close, and that will hopefully work well enough.
Heads up, I'm seeing hostiles inbound on the construction site.
Trade point is here, so I was waiting for my allies a little bit. What I'll do is put my turret right there. Jump down first. There we go. Being a little bit too aggressive, but it's fine.
An agent needing assistance.
He has a hive, so that will get him back up.
Covering you. Don't touch.
Let's set up here. As that medic did set up his hive there, so might as well go sit inside of it. At least on this build. Of course, with tech tanks, I do the opposite and try to stay outside of hives, just to not use up too many chem charges. And of course, I have loot up there. So I'm gonna go check that for a second, because I am actually interested in one wyvern piece, but I'm unlikely to get it, which is a skill damage repair skill chest.
Black Tusk UID signature detected.
Let's see if we...
Can't leave any of their equipment intact. Destroy it.
But also, wyvern is craftable, so that one is pretty easy. I was trying to shoot that box, which I had the top of it, but didn't really work. Yay. It did not bug out twice.
You've got your objective.
I had seen it be bugged out there once before, but that was like at this point like years ago. So it had occurred before, but yeah, it's been a while. Because yeah, that's not a common place where it breaks. I'm gonna push up on this left side, see that seeker go out. So this place looks like a good place for turrets.
Vital signs critical.
Interesting with Him being actually, yeah, he didn't have good rolls, yeah. Because, yeah, he's not like full charge healing me, which like, most FI setups can heal pretty well with their hive. Like 2 charges will take you to full. And yeah, there's a. I'm stuck on something. And yeah, one thing in a second is that there is a key chest on the balcony over there, so I do want to not push in too far so that I can go get that. There's one chest up here.
Network server detected.
Find it, and if possible, create an uplink. We need to know what's on that server.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on the upper right here. Yeah, we have the jammer here.
System malfunctioning.
I just
Roger.
pull
Fire.
the jammer, and then once my turret is back, I'll
System reactivated.
do that with it.
Coming up the flank.
Server terminal detected.
Perfect. Isaac should be able to link to the server through that terminal.
I'm gonna put my turrets there. Then our ally seems to be going for the button, which he is. Okay, that's good. 'Cause I want to be up here. I want to be closer. And that button is catches a lot of people out because it's press and hold. And then
Accessing server.
did that.
Establishing uplink.
Because yeah, my turret is up there, able to shoot at everything, even in cover up there and stuff.
Whatever happens, make sure to maintain the uplink.
Where our ally is going there is a little bit dangerous, but he'll make it across hopefully. Here I do want to definitely do the negotiator thing of marking multiple things and shooting as many of them as I can. Even if it body kills people, it'll take them down, letting us. Because yeah, I'm not specifically targeting the heads or anything. As our 2 allies have gone and set up way too far in the back. Well, that seems like an obvious defensible position. It's also basically a trap because you're so far back that like you can't put out effective fire, or nor can you really like just you're not in optimal unless you're with a rifle. Although one of them is using a rifle, so as I hear the pop-ups of a rifle going on. Finish off him as well. That helmet should be very damaged at that point. There it is. And we got it done, but barely in time, basically. As I normally, like with a good team, you have 20 seconds available there.
Well done. We're still
But,
encrypting that file. Hope we get some intel we can use.
Oh, that's not a chest. Because yeah, at this point I've forgotten what the other ally was as well. Yeah, he was a glass red. Okay, he was using the rifle most likely. And Saldo was still a striker. There's a position here to jump down. That's okay. So we have this one crate outside here as well. That's the skills. Let's go grab that one. I'm briefly curious to see who did the most This is from the reset out, basically. So they were there for the whole fight as well. And yeah, the negotiator beats a glass quite handily. But yeah, doesn't compete completely with a striker. Although I won that one. But this mission is also a little bit more leaning towards this build. Let's I'm gonna just mark that and pass all over there, which is Federal Emergency Bunker. And then let's see if our allies stay with us or otherwise
Black Tusk have set up
we'll
camp at
just do it
bank
without them.
headquarters. I've marked the site for you.
An agent is no longer in your group.
Start matchmaker, which will likely as well indicate to him that we are here. I'm looking if there's a named group over there. Actually is or isn't. Is. If our friend joins us, we should go actually hit that for him because he'll likely not have all the thingies yet. But also for this one, I will actually swap over to being Eclipse. Because yeah, this will likely be my last mission for the evening. Let's round it out with some eclipsing. Yeah, there's third turn hybrids. I quite like them. They're not bad builds. I don't run them as much anymore, just because I used to run them solo a lot, but I feel the tech tanks, especially the Heartbreaker tech tank, has taken over that role for me completely.
We have to shut
I want to have an instinct shotgun instead of this everlasting gaze. I will. And yeah, watch out for this first sniper dog, because you will not have a health gate yet, and that thing can one-tap you. I was about to say our ally is about to find out, but somebody got the lucky shot off, which that's too far.
System curtailed.
Maybe I got something. Although
System restored.
oh. that hive glowed green, so for a second there I just assumed it was a head. So watch out there for the mini tanks and stuff, as yeah, they will just push out. I can't do anything about them. Same for heavies, really. I'll get that just so I have a crossbow. Letting me. Bump up this chest.
Serious trauma detected.
Oh, that one was so close to being usable. I'll still share it later on. But yeah, some resources back here as well. It's stuck on geometry. Curious to see what our other ally is. That looked weird. This is a bad way to set up a high-end red. Because yeah, he's 9153 with Walker and Harris, like you're much better off with just a Cheska piece in there. I'm gonna push in here a little bit. I don't want to armor break too many times. But I do want to be aggressive enough to deal with some of the enemies on the balcony and stuff. Got a fire going there. Grab this flame rounds.
System disrupted.
Disruption happens there, of course. Fire going. Let's see where my hive is. Oh, it's here as well. Kind of want to put some charges on it. I'll need it in the next room, so kind of wanna. I'll spread.
Take a look at what they've been pulling from the wreckage. We have to know how bad this is.
Those guys will be getting back up, but still with that flame grenade. I'm gonna rush up into here, put my hive all the way out there. Yeah, feel free to hit the button. As,
They've managed to compile a ton
that
of
will
corrupted
get that wave.
network servers. I had no idea Black Tusk had access to this kind of digital forensic software.
Oh, got a fire going on underneath that wave. And the other wave will push into my hive and we'll get destroyed by that. Seeing a 9k leave enemies alive and just I'll get this back wave as well. This, yeah. Oh, that's heavy. That wasn't a good shot. I need this helmet off to be able to do anything against them. As well as helmet is off, my allies are gonna chest kill him still politely. Got that shot. But yeah, Weekend Matchmaker has fully arrived. Get a refire going. What I really want to do is, of course, put my hive upstairs there for the next wave. I'm gonna start moving over here. I'm gonna fire going over there. And then when that wave spawns, they'll be caught by that. Fire goes on top of them as well. Next wave is downstairs. Fire will spread upwards. And we'll do as well, actually. Oh, it's a fresh hive up there. That fire will spread. Nice. As I said, that room can be quite the slog without an eclipse there or something else to deal with them. Like mortars can do it as well. Oh well, explosive build as well. Yeah. Grab the chest over there. And the key chest where our ally is going. Uninvaded, there's only some resources over there. What I do want is this med pack. Actually, let me check if I'm bugged. I am. So yeah, I should definitely not take any more armor breaks because I have no way of repairing them. My hive went somewhere weird, which is annoying. Anyway, has a habit of you getting caught on geometry or so. Can I pick it back up? What even is it? Nope. That's a deconstruct. At least it deconstructed correctly, so there is that. And then yeah, after the next room, I want to already swap over to a jammer, and that's especially needed for the dog room in here. Later on, there's a room where it's basically just dogs and 2 heavies, and you really want to have a jammer in that room. Mostly to start killing off the dogs, basically. Once the killing has started, the dogs will just jam each other continuously, basically. But
Agent down.
as I was about to say, there's likely another wave. Still, because I only counted 2, and we have 3 here. So I received some applause apparently for reviving someone. Actually, what I'll do is I'll swap the Giant Pulse here. Might as well. Later on in here, there's 2 dogs anyway as well. Just gonna let him walk back on his own. Yeah, this part is very randomized. Like there's a few waves that are set. That initial wave is set. There's a wave with snipers and sniper dogs, which is likely gonna happen now. Yep. There's a wave with two mini tanks, and then there's the last wave, which is with 2 heavies. But in between those, you could have any combination of any of the other doors. And there might even be another one that is actually like fakes that I'm forgetting about, but because I feel there's also usually one down there, which is an option. But wait, what? Oh, it's over here. Okay. I did hear voices behind me, but I was also like turning around and stuff, so. There's the 2 mini tank ones. One of the later waves, and then the only other fixed wave we need to hit still is the 2 heavies. But yeah, we might have any combination of other waves in between still. downstairs. Oh, that's a heavy. Or that's a friendly.
I'm right with you. Oh, shit.
Yeah, sometimes you might have a bunch of waves here. And sometimes you get all of the like fixed waves one after the other. Yeah, there we have the heavies, which is the final one. Try to pop off the heads. Or something at the very least. And that one's getting back up. See if we can. So we got our crate back here. And especially in this room, I want to use as few chems as I can. I might even just toss a flame grenade. Because if I can get my chems up to 8 as well, what I can do is have an EMP sticky as well. That hound is gonna jam me.
System malfunctioning. System reactivated.
Here, dog. Let's just jam. Let me get out of its range. And for this wave, I'll send a fire cam that way. Jam her out. That was the last wave, usually. Oh no. Oh, there's one more wave. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, there's 2 elite waves. Jammer. We'll stand here just so interact with this thing right away.
Download
I'm
complete.
I am back to full 8, so I can actually
Takedown plans and all
swap this to be an EMP sticky,
moving fast on this.
going all in on that on the hounds,
Be more activity deeper in the bunker. Stay alert, Agent.
and that ally just made that room 10 times harder by rushing. Because all of the hounds will now be spread out, making it a lot more annoying. No, yeah. If he engages, we have to go in, because at that point they will start to spread out a lot, and you don't want that. Because yeah, if they're up on this side, they will jam me as well when they die. But yeah, we just need to kill one of them for us to. Actually, healing has no effect here for me, because the jam timed perfectly wrongly by that way. God damn it. That's not what I wanted to have happen. Right, so I'll use my crossbow there as well. The jump pulse was just to deal damage.
An agent needs assistance.
Salty went down there. The other guy got him. Both of the heavies should have their helmets off. I'll jam and pulse the hounds once more.
System curtailed.
Okay.
System back online.
When 9K here is shooting buddies when the helmet's off. That's sad. Because they could make that fight so much easier by just, you know, noticing that the helmet is off. Grab a blind the firefly. Just for these guys. I have two heavies here. I'm just gonna rush into them. You want both of them, so I'm gonna wait a second till both are marked. I'm actually gonna run through them even, just so I can turn them maybe. They'll turn to face me. Both of their heads popped. And here I'll grab fire cam and my hive back. Or the boss fight. See a skill change on this guy. Trying to comprehend what is happening here, but it's just bad choices. That's what that is. Because yeah, the Picaro is like the whole point of it is if you have that is to put in a second piece of Brazos. Because yeah, once you have that one, once you're dealing with that cost anyway, you might as well deal with the extra cost.
Watch out.
Okay, those are some choices. So I went damage skill build to put down a shock trap when there's an eclipse here. Already, like doing the CCing part.
Files transferred.
This looks like troop orders based on the intel you found earlier. Well, this is a good
With
find.
teammates like those, who needs
Help us
enemies?
defend against them.
Well, it's
Well done.
fine. It's
You
just
said the intel you found to all.
you would expect more from a knight. Although, would you expect more from a knight? Yeah. Yeah.
An agent has left your group.
That is about as expected. But yeah, that is going to be it for me for today. As yeah, I feel that the night is coming on. Tomorrow I'm gonna either tomorrow or Monday. I haven't decided yet. See how tomorrow goes. Basically,
No longer in a group.
is the way that is going to be based on. I will likely do the Heartbreaker Dick Tank showcase on stream, as I always do with the showcases. And also, yeah, before I forget, thanks for the runs there, screen, and as you were in there for quite a while, as we did a lot of runs together. And I hope you enjoyed your time as well. I did, so we did some good farming. And otherwise, I'll be just doing the league. So one of the days I'll be doing the league on my alt, and also the challenges likely for the global event, and then the other day the Heartbreaker Technic Showcase live. As I want to work on the DPS video as well tomorrow. I worked a little bit on it today. Did the intro and a few of the segments already, so it's coming along. So that one's also on its way. as yeah, today as well, we added in a few builds. And this build finally got its rework done. Where is it? This one. 5 pieces of negotiator, but yeah, this is of course set up to take either a coyote like this or a memento. But yeah, it's good to have that build done and marked in there now as well. And yeah, tomorrow, either Heartbreaker Showcase or some League and stuff. Basically, my alt account, getting that one up to speed so that they're caught up, because I haven't played it at all this week. So I've been pretty busy on this account. But yeah, thank you all for joining me, and those that are still sticking around. As I'm gonna head off to bed, but I'll be back at it tomorrow evening, of course, as well, and most coming evenings. Although I've already gotten a little bit of a schedule together for September, September, where I'll be missing a bunch of evenings, but I'll mark them on the schedule. Basically, the schedule on the underneath the stream will be always correct. So yeah. Thank you all for joining me, and as always, indeed, have a good night.